Hello. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Welcome to the third day of 21st International Symposium of Processability Approaches to Language Acquisition, or also known as PALA 2022. My name is Muhammad Amzaki bin Mahir, and I will moderate today's session. Okay, first of all participants are reminded to rename your accounts to your real name so that you can be recognized throughout the sessions. Today, we will have a total of 6 presentations and 1 session of plenary talk. But to proceed, I would like to remind that the participants that all of you are required to remain muted throughout all presentations. Please keep the questions for the Q&A sessions at the end of each presentation. Disturbances must be minimized to ensure a smooth flow of our session for today. I would like to remind the participants about the time. For live presentation, presenters are given 20 minutes to present their papers, followed by 5 minutes of question and answer. I will notify the presenter after their time has passed by ringing the bell. For recorded presentation, we will play the clip that has been recorded by the presenters, then followed by 5 minutes of question and answer. Do note that all presenters are currently present on Zoom to answer the questions. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Louise Jansen and Dr. Ran Lee of the Australian National University, Australia, with their paper, The Copula in Processability Theory. Do note that this presentation will be a recorded presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Louise speaking in Australia. So to start with, we want to say a few words about our motivation and give you an overview of how we have structured our presentation. So as to our motivation, that actually comes from our work on ESL polar questions. Where we started with lexical verbs. That study is now in press. But then we moved on to copular questions because actually in the total database, those comprised almost a third of all the questions we had collected. So what did we present then at PALA 2018? First, that our results were consistent with the Prominence Hypothesis. We reviewed 3 proposals for the copula construction in LFG because there was nothing on this in processability theory itself. And then we suggested which of the proposals would be most appropriate in our view for the ESL copula construction. Okay, so what do we want to do today? We'll start with the looking at the copula within PT so far. First give a brief overview and then point to some open questions with regard to cross-linguistic validity. We'll then move on to the descriptive typological studies to look for answers to those questions there. So what we'll do is we'll summarize our findings of that investigation, and we will give some pointers to what we think might be relevant for PT. The next point will then be to look at the analysis and representation of the copula construction in LFG. We'll first give a summary of what we presented in 2018, and then update that with a cross-linguistic evaluation in more recent work by Dalrymple and Mycock. And in conclusion of that section, we will then ask which of those 3 proposals might be suitable to adopt in PT. And the final point will then be a summary and outlook. So we want to say just a few words about our subject matter and terminology. As to the subject matter, we are simply going to follow Dalrymple and Mycock and give some examples. We are showing them here. To the terminology, we'll just briefly mention those so to create an awareness for you. So if we take a sentence like Fiona is a nurse, we will refer to that sentence as a copular construction. Fiona is the subject and a nurse is then the copular complement. It's a bit more tricky than with copular relation. So with the copular relation, we mean the function that connects the subject Fiona to the copular complement, the nurse. And that can express in different ways. It can be a verbal copula, as in this case, Fiona is a nurse. It can be zero, nothing at all, as in the examples to the right, or it can be a non-verbal version of the copula, and we'll talk about that later. So then to briefly mention suppliance, we'll use presence and absence, in particular absence rather than dropping or omission. So to begin with, the copula empty so far, that's a big topic, and we'll have much more to say, of course, about that in the written version. But if here we look at the phases in the development of PT so far, what to us stands out about the copula is its role in interlanguage variation. So if we start with a multidimensional model, of course, data-oriented, only on German L2, and then providing an explanation after the fact, the copula was seen as a feature in the variational dimension of the model. And also it was basically seen as a type of V. Okay, then moving on to PT in 1998, we then move into a cross-linguistic perspective, of course, and no longer an explanation after the fact, but predictions. And the variational dimension is reconceptualized in hypothesis space. And just all we could say here is that the important point is that variation is there, interlinked with development. And again, in 1998, and as it is being taken up more recently, the copula is still seen as a type of V. We were going to say more about hypothesis space, but we have left that as a hyperlink, so we can move on to the main points we want to draw from that. And those are that as the copula is concerned, we find that the focus is not so much on the copula itself, but on suppliance, that is the copula present or is it absent? And then this question is asked only for the interlanguage, that is, does the learner supply the copula or is it absent? In the target language, suppliance is then always obligatory. This has, of course, methodological reasons, but that's the fact. So in the end, this covers only languages, the acquisition of languages where the copula is obligatory in all contexts. If it's not, it doesn't apply. So this then brings up some questions for us. What if in the language that needs to be acquired, the target language, the copula is not obligatory, or it's not obligatory in all contexts. If there's more than one copula, or no copula at all, or if the copula is not a verb. So to do that, we have looked into what descriptive typological studies have to say about the copula. So when we look then at the copula in typological diverse languages, we have the main works we have looked at so far are Stassen, Kerno, and I don't know whether it's Pustet or Puste maybe, their research in the copula. So what we will be talking about in this section is mainly the question of whether in the language the copula is always supplied or whether there are other options, whether in the language to be learned the copula has always the lexical category of a verb, or whether there are other possibilities. And then at the end, we want to see what all of this means for PT. And we will look at the cross-linguistic range of the languages, as well as then more in particular at suppliance, absence versus presence in the TL, the language to be acquired. So when looking at suppliance then, the question was, is presence of the copula obligatory in all contexts? The answer is clearly no. For example, if we look at Stassen's work, he found that in 55%, that is a little over half of the languages, this is indeed the case. The copula is obligatory in all contexts. But in 45%, that is a little under half of the languages, the copula can also be absent. And then if we look at the map to the right, we see the distribution. The red dots show languages where the copula is obligatory, and the gray ones where it can also be absent. But what is important to us is in fact Stassen's observation that there is a continuum. On the one hand, there are languages where the copula must be present, and at the other end, there are languages where the copula must be absent. Now, important for us, of course, is the part in between. That is, the copula may be absent or it may be present, often dependent on a grammatical condition. And we here list Stassen's example for Russian. In Russian, the copula is absent in the present tense, but present in all other tenses. So when we look then at lexical category, is the copula always a verb or a type of verb? Then again, the answer is actually no. And here we give you a few examples. Pronoun, the copula can be a pronoun, it can be a particle, or it can even be an inflection, not on the absent copula, but an inflection on the copula complement. We only want to show you briefly this slide because it's based on big data research and no sources are documented. We just thought it would give you a brief glimpse of the possible richness of the typology of the copula itself and how it might be distributed worldwide. So when we come then to implications for PT, there's first the cross-linguistic range. So we would need to look not only at languages where the copula is obligatory in all contexts, but also in languages where it can be absent. And then as absence versus presence is concerned, of course, it's important where that is dependent on grammatical constraints that would then need to be acquired. And that then in turn would move the copula out of the area of variation into the domain of development.
Hello everyone, this is Ran Li. So now we turn to the question of how the copula construction is represented in LFG. So the content at the left side of this slide is what we presented in 2018. LFG, of course, takes a cross-linguistic perspective, and therefore, with respect to the presence or absence of the copula, LFG takes into account that either of these can be obligatory or optional. Furthermore, this can vary not only between languages, but also within the same language. In terms of the copular relation that links the copular complement to the subject, there is a great deal of variation as to how this is expressed at various linguistic levels. Since our presentation, Dalrymple and Mycock 2019 are published. They summarize and evaluate what has been done in LFG so far in a kind of state of the art with respect to analyzing and representing the copular construction in LFG. The important point for us here are, first of all, they address all the points we have outlined in PALA 2018. Moreover, they also point to work in typology showing that the copula is not always encoded as a verb, but that it can manifest itself in other categories, such as a particle or pronoun, as we have already seen in our own review of the typological earlier. As to the representation of the copular construction at F structure, there is no agreement at the moment. We won't be able to go into the details of differences in our short presentation here. Broadly speaking, there are two different basic approaches as to how the variation is treated in F structure. The central difference is what is the chloral predicate of a copular construction, the copula itself or the copular complement. And then, if the copula is the main predicate, rather treat the copular complement as a predlink or an excon. Okay, let's talk more about the representation of the three analyses in F structure. As an example, let's take the English sentence "she is small." 7 shows the one-tier analysis. The adjective small provides the main predicate, subcategorizing directly for the subject she. The copula itself only expresses tense. 8 shows one category of two-tier analysis. Copula is the main predicate. It subcategorizes an open clause and excom as an argument. 9 shows another category of two-tier analysis. Copula is the main predicate, subcategorizing two arguments, subject and predlink. For she is small, the copula is subcategorizes for subject she and predlink small. We need to point out here, as you can see from the Russian example, for both kind of double-tier analysis, main predicate is supplied by a copula, even if absent in C structure. So far, according to the evaluation from Dalrymple and Mycock 2019, There is no consensus about whether one analysis among the three could cover all. Within the field of LFG, some linguists suggest a unified analysis, while others advocate leaving room for variation.
This is Louisa speaking again. So which position or positions to adopt in PT then? We'll move right on to our proposal, which is to adopt the double-tier Pratt-Link analysis by way of a default. What do we mean by that? That would be for cases where there are simple sentences without embedding, and for languages where the copula in some form is present in at least some of the time, if not all of the time. If we regard that as a default, then that would apply to the vast majority of languages as we can see it. There would then still be room for other more exceptional cases where the double tier or the single tier analysis would need to be applied, or would better be applied. So thank you for your attention. We hope you have some helpful comments. And we are leaving this slide, it's self-explanatory, open as it may facilitate our discussion. Thank you.
And here are our
That is the presentation from Dr. Ms. Jansen and Ms. Randi. Thank you. Now I open the floor for the question and answer session. If you have any question, please raise your hand or type your question in the chat box. Dr. Gisela?
Yes,
Hello.
thank you. Thank you so much. What a talk to wake up to in the morning. I'm really, really impressed. And I wish we could have a session or a seminar on typological aspects of copula, because I'm so impressed by it. But I wonder what about the developmental dimension. I mean, I have many questions, but the acquisition, and maybe I would like to ask if you know, or we should ask Marco, what about the Russian copula? So there's only copula in other tenses than present. How do people acquire it? Do you know, Louise, or?
Yeah, actually, I just wrote Michael an email this morning because I saw that he had actually written a paper on exactly that question in 2014. So I hope to receive it soon. But as to the acquisition, the idea as we understand it is that in Russian, the absence and presence are in a paradigmatic relationship in relation to the feature tense. So if the copula is absent, it is a marker of present, the value present tense. Oh. If the copula is present, then it is a marker of past or future tense, of non-present. So that then, as we understand it, would mean that that is no longer variation or simplification, but that's actually something that would need to be acquired. Does that answer your question? I can't hear you, but okay.
No, I muted myself. I don't want to. So thank you very much. Yes,
sure. Okay.
That did answer my question. So it is a tense marker if it's absent. Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, Manfred.
Marco, why don't you go first? Because you will. I can wait for a second.
Okay. Marco.
well, so that I can continue the Russian part.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I mean, it's exactly like that. It's a tense marker. I also think that maybe it's useful to consider what I was talking about yesterday after Howard's presentation, right? The distinction between the existential use of the copula and the predicative use, because in fact, it is not completely true that in the present tense you don't have any copula in Russian. If you were to use it existentially, so having to say, for example, there is Marco today, okay, so something like that, you would have to use the copula. So the question arises there, are you going to consider that as copula or not? But if you do, then of course that raises an issue, right? Because in that case you would have to supply it even in the present tense. So that's one thing. The second thing that I wanted to add, and that I think would be an interesting point to discuss, I mean, I feel like I want to begin studying the copula in processability theory after this conference. But I think, you know, I've noted this even in my students when they at different stages, at different levels of proficiency. When you tend to when you have a long subject, so you know, a subject with a lot of embedding or with many phrases in it, I'm not so sure that it is easier then for the learner or for the student not to supply the copula. So I mean, in processability theory terms, I would say, you know, if you don't have the copula, there is nothing to agree there, right? So it would be you know, logical to assume that you would place it at the very beginning in the hierarchy. I don't know, lexical stage or category procedure, but somehow I feel that when you start having, you know, a longer subject, so not something like he is a student, but you know, the person that was here yesterday, blah blah blah, and then you would have to complete the sentence. I feel that learners tend to have this, if they come from a language that has the copula, of course, even in the present, they tend to feel the urge to fill that void somehow, right? And so either they put an expletive or they put a demonstrative there. It's a phenomenon that would deserve some attention, I think. And, you know, we could maybe, you know, have a look at that. And in Russian, I have this impression that it may be there, but I have no data on it. The paper that you mentioned, I wrote it some years ago, and it's not precisely within PT. So, you know, it's something that I want to look at.
Yeah. Can I just say one comment on your first question about the existential sentences? We have on purpose, there are a lot of existential questions in the data as well, but we have on purpose separated them. So we existential questions are not part of what we are doing here. That is then a third investigation. And thanks for the other tip. That's a very good one. Thank you. Manfred.
Well, okay, thank you. Louise and Ran, this is really excellent stuff. I really like it. I like the way that you put things into a historical perspective as to how ideas developed, and as you show the typological implications, and they're really, well, I mean, one couldn't have expected you to have to present the final solution, obviously. And I think the problem is that you pointed out very clearly, LFG doesn't actually offer a solution here. And I think that in itself is an issue. And in that context, I just wanted to simply go back and remind ourselves that the reason why we're using LFG is because it's a shorthand version of some kind of procedural grammar, because that was the objective of LFG in the beginning, from the outset, not in the beginning, but it still is. But when you have no agreement amongst the researchers, then it's very difficult to take it in for that function, to be describing what is happening in terms of processing or what is realistic as an assumption. So perhaps one solution might be to disambiguate this within LFG, or for the purpose of developing this research project topic further, to look at evidence from language processing. I can't off the top of my head now cite 150 studies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just one other comment. What I really like is you're taking the copula out of the area of variation, and you're inquiring very carefully as to whether it also doesn't have a developmental dimension. And interestingly, when you recall the very, very early studies on English second language acquisition and the second language acquisition of other languages that have an obligatory copula, it was always assumed and also supported by empirical evidence that equational sentences containing a copula appear much earlier than lexical verb sentences. So from that point of view, I think my impression is there is actually empirical evidence supporting the idea that there is a developmental dimension as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just if I can give one reply on your comment that things have not been settled in LFG, our own our own assessment or view of this is that both processability theory and LFG are theories in the making. I mean, they are not finished. We are working on a whole range of issues, and so are they. So contrary to what you're suggesting, we were thinking we can't sort of wait for this all to happen, but we would do this in the spirit of both being developing theories, and if things are wrong, then we will have to sort of adjust to that.
Well, I think that's a very reasonable approach, because otherwise you'd always have to wait for the end of the world. I mean, that's it will never happen. But there was simply a suggestion in order to disambiguate a decision, to use additional information that may be available from language processing.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm totally with you. But that's a really hard nut to crack. So
okay,
we're approaching it with care.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Manfred.
Okay.
Howard.
Thank you. I also found it really good, really interesting. I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with the way we're now moving to talk about either variation or development. And I think what you're raising is a really interesting case of what happens when what's being acquired is itself variable, and which aspects of the variation that we're seeing there are developmental, and which aspects of them in some way are variational.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd encourage the framing of this to be not an either or, but let's look more carefully at how developmental aspects and variability intersect, both in defining what is to be acquired and then in looking at what's going on in the learner.
Yeah, Howard, the problem is just that development, apart from sort of the configurational aspect in development, where the copula is just taken as a representative of the class of verbs, there's only variation. So maybe that sort of makes us put more emphasis on the development, because so far that is not being addressed, because there's not much to develop if the target language has obligatory copula in all contexts.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Louise and Ms. Ranli of the Australian National University, and also for all that gift remarks and questions. We'll be moving on to our next session.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Louise and Ms. Ranli. Moving along to our session, please welcome Dr. Bruno DiBiase from Western Sydney University and Dr. Yuki Itani Adams from Australian National University with their paper, Two-Word Stage in the Development of Polar Questions in Bilingual First Language Acquisition.
Thank you. Right. Yeah, this is a co-author presentation with Yuki Itani Adams from the Australian National University on two-word stage in the development of polar question in bilingual first language acquisition. Bilingual seem to take a bit longer than other people to get somewhere. This is a probably longer presentation than it should be. So I might have to go a little bit quick on the reading of this. Okay. So the study examines the development of polar questions, also known as yes/no question, in a bilingual child acquiring English and Japanese from birth. The framework of the study is processability theory, Pineman 1998, Pineman et al. 2005, focusing on its prominence hypothesis, which we'll call PH, Bettoni and DiBiase 2015, paying particular attention to the two-word stage of the child development. So all questions have focus, according to Michael, who did a typological study on questions, a large study. And the basic subdivision of them is between content questions and yes/no or polar questions. And the difference in focus is that in content question, the focus is on the WH element, that is the new part that one is after, they want to be known by the questioner. Such as, for instance, in the example, what did she buy? So this assumes that we don't know what the item bought was. In fact, you can get a totally different answer, like she bought a bicycle. What happened to the car? That's the other example. We don't know actually what happened to the car. So the car broke down. It could have been something else, but okay, so this is what content question focus on, is the unknown WH or unknown element, which is represented by WH question. In polar question, on the other hand, the focus is on the whole utterance. So did Mary buy a car? So we don't know whether she did or she didn't. So the whole thing is in focus. Different structural mechanisms are required for each question type, and the difference justifies investigating each broad type of question separately. So this presentation is going to focus on the polar question. So the prominence hypothesis, PH, is based on the topic hypothesis, Pineman et al. 2005, which was designed for to account for syntactic structures that deviate from canonical syntax, such as passive topicalizations and so on. So in a way, bringing in the pragmatic, some pragmatic aspects, different module to PT. The prominence hypothesis further extends the topic hypothesis beyond declaratives to account for questions. Now, to be sure, English L2 questions, both yes, no, and content, are already accounted for in Impairment 1998. The PH proposes a testable universal developmental sequence for questions within the PT tradition. So, it predicts then that learners, L2 learners across languages, move from the lemma stage to the prosody only, so which we call Q question P for prosody, P is for prosody, canonical word order stage, which requires the ability, so the canonical order stage requires the ability to produce utterances of 2 words or more, containing typically a verbal or adjectival predicate, such as, for instance, the English one, you like cheese. However, young children universally develop more gradually. So they go from the 1-word stage to 2-word stage and then go on to the multi-word stage. So presumably at the 2-word stage, if the question is subject and verb, you can do it ideally, but if it is more than that, like an SVO, then the child at the 2-word stage will not be able to do it. So the research questions for now are 2 developmental hypotheses based on the prominence hypothesis for polar questions in English and Japanese respectively, also hold in the bilingual first language acquisition context. Does the data support the potential PT 2-word stage in the BFLA, so bilingual first language acquisition context? Does this hold for both languages of the child? So the English polar question, we won't spend too much on that. Most of us are familiar with this already. So using special, how does it do it? How does English do it? Using special prosodic contours like rising tone. You like koalas, but this in English is actually a colloquial. It's not wrong, but it is a colloquial informal form. Then the other mechanism is we do support. So do you like koalas? And the next mechanism is with post-verbal subject, so also called inversion, with inflected V, that is copula, consider copula V, and model or have other auxiliary, and the model ox, such as, is this a koala? Are these koalas? Can you see a koala over there? Have you seen a koala? And so on. So all of that is belongs to the later stage. I must say that this kind of mechanism is actually rather rare in the world languages. I mean the inversion mechanism, so word order as a way of conveying yes/no questions. Now for Japanese, yes/no question also have, they can maybe formed in a number of ways, but essentially using the raising intonation only, like in the example you have there, like kekogari or tabita, is that right? Okay, but unlike English, this question is actually totally okay. So it's not just informed, this is just the way you ask questions. Or one of the 2 ways. The other one is by using a question particle. So Keiko ga ringo o tabeta ka, o tabeta no, and so on and so forth. So various types of copula. So all children go through a two-word stage, also called telegraphic speech. Early in this stage, the expression contains no function words. Now, Brown, 1973, two-word utterances express many different semantic relations. Significantly, their word order resembles adult forms. So they're not, even though they may be reduced, if you like, but the word order itself is actually very, it is the beginning, if you like, of the adult form. They're not against the adult form. So context is important to interpret the meaning sometimes. So for instance, mommy's sock could be either mommy's, so possessive mommy's sock, or mommy put my socks on. So the context is important for the mother to understand what the child is saying. So the child doesn't have to rely completely on the verbal signal. Okay, these two words expression signal the start of the grammar in the child. So now this is a rather large table. So we try to do it quickly. So this is the example that Brown gives. So Brown studies the seminal study of child acquisition in first language acquisition. Okay, so these two words are not haphazard. Of course, they do have some kind of semantic relation expressed. So if there are two bits, two words, it's not just one word plus one word, but together those two words make up some kind of message, and such as having. So the semantic relation may be different, such as agent and action, or action and object. So HV, VO, agent and object, subject object, and so on. Now, Brown didn't have the structural outcome. We added this just to show that it's not just a matter of semantic relation. The semantic relation has got a structural shape as well, and the shape is very similar or to adult, or does not contradict adult grammar. Okay, so these are some of the examples from Lightbone and Spada: rising intonation only, cookie, mommy book. So declarative sentences with rising intonation. You like this? Or fronting. Is the teddy is tired? Do I can have a cookie? So as you can see, especially in the fronting type question, there is obviously an initial part which is preposed to the teddy is tired, which is an SV type SVO question, SVO declarative, right? Do I can have, so they do obviously just a kind of a questioning signal, right, that is preposed to the SVO. In Japanese, we have single word with resting intonation, of course, when child can say only one word. But this, of course, is not limited to when the child can say only one word. I mean, we adults also do that. Right. So right through development, the child will have that one word construction. So the rest of the construction build on that. Right. So Papa Kita, Daddy come, did Daddy come? Okay, that's a sentence with rising intonation. In Japanese is a pro-drop language, so you can also do things like the next one, Mada iruno, still stay, so are you still here? So this is the next type of question. Topic marker, okasan-wa, that can also be used. The wa is the topic marker. It can be used as a question marker, and the ka as a particle at the end of the question. Okay, so these are all questions from Ito 1990 in L1, so the acquisition first language. So we look then at Japanese and English in first language. Now I had a timer here, and it has disappeared. Are we going for time? Are we going for time? 5 minutes, okay. All right. So this then is for English. We won't go through the example, but we go from lemma access to two words, to canonical word order. With the P, remember, is prosodic. The question, canonical word order. So when you have a preposed element that signals the question, and after that, a non-canonical order. Okay. Okay, this is the Japanese sequence. We lemma. We have singled out the two words because, as we said, there is a semantic relation which is quite clear, and there is a structure which resembles the adult structure. Then the canonical word order with the prosodics. The canonical word order also with a particle. Then the preposed element, and then the non-canonical word order. Okay, so the study. The informant is a female firstborn child brought up in a one parent, one language environment from birth, with Japanese from mother and English from father. It turns out to be a balanced bilingual. Data was collected over 3 years between 111, so nearly 2, to 410. Naturally occurring interaction between Haru and the parents, and they were recorded separately. Spontaneous speech was analyzed for polar question from 21 sessions. Yeah, and similarly for Japanese. Okay, so what we can see here very quickly is simply that the mean length of utterance, MLU, over the 3 years shows us the curve for a balanced bilingual. What I wanted to point out here is that the two-word stage goes right up to almost 3.5 years. 3.5 years, and this is the lexical acquisition, which shows also that the two-word stage, in order to get to the three-word stage, the child is already at well over 1,000 words. Okay. Right, so given the time, we won't spend too much on that, but single word, two words, multi-words, and total, you can see the number of questions there. These are some of the examples. And you can see also that this resembles very much the Brown first language acquisition. So this is the examples of the type of relation and the structural outcome in English. It gets to the child gets to the multi-word utterances. Okay. Yeah, so these are the first two stages. Here's the question with COP. and the analyzed OX begins to be produced on session 31 for English. So here we can see very quickly the progression and how it lines up with the prominence hypothesis. Similarly for Japanese, 2 words with prosody, adding a particle. This all happens fairly early in 3J. So this is the 3rd session in Japanese. Okay, so these are examples that show the semantic relation as well as the structural outcome. You can notice that the structure resembles the Japanese, right? So with the verb last, and there is always the head last in Japanese. So unlike English, and remember that these 2 languages were developing at the same time, right? So the child did not get confused by having Japanese head last and English with SOV. Okay, then it does get to the multi-word utterances, but a little bit later, session 12, and this is the prominence hypothesis, how it lines up with the prominence hypothesis. Conclusion for the question number 1. The results show that the child generally followed the developmental schedule predicted by the hypothesis in both English and Japanese, which are typologically very distant. This adds further evidence for the universality of PT. The data supports a discrete 2-word stage in bilingual context for both languages, at least for BFLA, so bilingual first language acquisition. As for adult, I think that the issue should need to be studied a little further, but there is evidence of such behavior, like that there's a 2-word stage in the adult as well. There's formulas with production of a fixed part and a variable second part, the first part. Okay, good. Thank you very much. That's a lot.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Bruno. We will be opening the floor for question and answer session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand or type your question in the chat box.
Okay. Yes.
Unmute myself. Thank you so much, Bruno. This is very interesting stuff. You presented so much detail that in the end, I'm not totally sure as to whether I understood when, is there a particular point when there is canonical word order or fixed word order? I mean, yes. You pointed out correctly that English has obligatory SVO, Japanese has a preference for V final.
Yes.
So perhaps you could clarify this.
Yes, there is that stage comes in terms of lexical accumulation of lexical item after the child goes past the 1,000 word stage, and in terms of age, in the bilingual case, after about 3.5. Yeah, at that point, then you start the canonical, and then eventually, by the time the child is 4, they already go on to non-canonical. So between canonical and non-canonical is fairly fast, where the longer period is between 1-word stage, 2-word stage, and reaching canonical.
Yeah. I mean, to my recollection, this is very similar to what Claassen found in first language acquisition.
Yes.
But that is monolingual. But as you know, that is being debated by other people with other data. So I find it interesting that your finding seems to be supporting his view in that there is a particular rapid movement towards clear marking by word order.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, there is.
Great.
Maybe I didn't catch your question. Was there?
Yeah. Can I ask a question now? Yeah. Bruno, thank you. I was thinking about something related to progression to the non-canonical word order stage. And I was wondering, maybe there is a further step that you can consider in the development towards, you know, the highest stage, which is, so I'm not 100% sure that you can say that in the polar question, the whole sentence is in focus, right? Because indeed, if you think about it, if you have a question like the one you presented, did Mary buy a car? You could imagine an informational context in which you already have the background information of someone buying something, but you don't remember that it was a car. So did Mary buy a car or did she buy something else? Or maybe you could have the buy as a focus, right? Did Mary buy a car or did she hire it, right? So in those kinds of informational contexts, you may expect then either prosody to play a bigger role, or syntax with cleft sentences, further dislocations, right, in order to account for that kind of information structure, which is more complex because you have some topical material within a polar question. So I'm wondering, you know, whether this may be considered as an indicator of higher proficiency in the developmental schedule, and not just, of course, in bilingual acquisition, but also in L2 acquisition and in general, you know, to test the developmental hierarchy in the prominence hypothesis, given that we're talking about prominence after all.
Yeah. Yes. No, I'm quite sure that that what we call the non-canonical word order is actually quite complex, and there are different. There is a kind of stage within stage. I mean, as Gisela and also Fethi Mansouri were already signaling back in 2005, you know, about these intra stages. So and we have found that in other things, like for instance in the marking of plural, where the marking of plural with numbers, so definite quantifiers, is prior to indefinite quantifier, but that does not justify another stage. So the point with the stages will be just how will unification work, and I guess yes, conceptual development, like in what you pointed out, like in terms of having topical, some kind of topical element within the yes/no question, which is supposed to have to focus the law. Yeah. So, but that's of course an open empirical question that we can definitely look at, just much as we try to look at the other area of gosh, I can't get my head around it now, but yeah. But anyway, the bottom of that is that simply the stage is not just a monolithic one structure. It's of course, the higher you go, the more structure you get. Now, whether there is an ordering within that stage, well, that's an empirical question that needs to be, that could be, yeah.
I think I wasn't so much thinking about adding another stage, but it's precisely because, as you say, the stage is very rich, so it can include a variety great variety of structures.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to explore, a further dimension within that stage. And I was wondering, it's an indicator of further proficiency, right? We may, for example, consider that kind of complex structure. But
yes, certainly. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Bruno and Dr. Yuki Itani for the presentation. Next, we will welcome Dr. Ying Liu from Xiamen University, China, with the paper Grammatical Performance in Chinese to English Interpreting Output. Do note that this presentation will be a recorded presentation.
Dear colleagues, good day. I'm Ying from Xiamen University, China. First, my apology of being unable to fly to Kuala Lumpur and talk to you in person. My sincere gratitude for the organizers of giving me this precious opportunity to present my study online. And also I wanted to thank my PhD supervisor, Dr. Bruno Di Biaz, for encouraging me to carry out this study. This study looks at grammatical performance in Chinese to English interpreting output. The general L2 speech production, according to PT, follows developmental stages. And this study wanted to look at a specific context of L2 production, that is, in an interpreting context, when advanced L2 learners and also frequent bilingual users, when they are performing L1 to L2 interpreting tasks, whether their L2 output also reflect PT's predicted hierarchy. First, let's look at the general L2 production under the PT framework. At any stage of development, L2 learners can only produce forms that the current processor can handle. So according to the PT's description of information exchange, if we take nominal phrases as an example, we will see that there are 3 processing levels associated with nouns, namely stage 2, categorical, stage 3, NP phrases, information exchange within the NP phrases, and then stage 5, S procedures, information exchange, like the subject of the example sentence, 20 books, has the plural feature, grammatical feature, grammatical information of plural. So when the subject aligned with the verb also needs to exchange the plural grammatical information. That is how a spontaneous L2 English production might look like. But in terms of interpreting, we will first try to explain the mechanism of interpreting. Actually, when the bilingual user, if we call that as L2 users, are producing any output, actually the interpreter first listen and comprehend the source language. Here the source language is L1, and then do the decoding. He or she needs to retain the information for some seconds before they can produce the target language. as the spoken output. So the interpreter needs to achieve a more or less equal semantic information through the whole process. So multitasking is the major feature of processing efforts in interpreting. At least it need to include three aspects. First one is source language comprehension and the source language decoded information retention. And the second part is inhibition of the source language interference while producing the target language based on the message extracted from the listening comprehension. And the third part is monitoring the delivery. So here, which means that monitoring the spoken output. So you can see that interpreting practice imposes higher cognitive load. Thus, L2 sentence production demands larger processing efforts. Such processing difficulty might exhibit in decreased grammatical performance. For example, let's say lower accuracy rates of grammatical forms, or more increasing number of grammatical errors. So I put the general L2 speech production and interpreting L2 production here for a comparison. You will see that in terms of word access, there will be more efforts to ease or to inhibit the co-activation of the features in the source language when the L2 users first listen to something in L1, but the task is actually to produce the speech in his L2. And especially in terms of working memory, for general L2 speech production, the job is only to store the grammatical information. As we have constantly mentioned, the processing or the producing of the speech is incremental, which means that the speaker can start producing an utterance without having planned all of it. And I think that also applies to interpreters' output while performing the task. However, for interpreters, when doing the interpreting task, not only he or she needs to store the grammatical information of the retrieved lexical items, but also he or she needs to retain the content information. By that I mean the messages that extracted from the source language. So all these multitasking efforts will induce higher cognitive costs and then make interpreting more demanding than general speech production. The multitasking nature of interpreting L2 speech output, speech production, which requires both the processing on comprehension of L1 and then an immediate processing for production in the L2, hence imposes greater cognitive constraints than spontaneous L2 production. Thus, it is important to understand whether grammatical performance in interpreting L2 output reflects in some way the PT processing hierarchy. The research questions are as follows. First, does interpreting L2 output of nominal phrases reflect the PT processing hierarchy? And secondly, what are the typical grammatical errors associated with L2 nominal phrases in Chinese to English interpreting output? The study recruited 21 college students. They all major in English as second language. Their native language L1 is Chinese, and because they are selected from the same university year, grade, so the age is more or less the same, around 20 to 21, and all of them have an experience in learning English for more than 10 years. Their English proficiency is assessed as advanced level, and all of them started learning or being trained as an interpreter about 6 months ago, before the experiment. The task in the experiment is for each participant, they will conduct an interpreting task from interpreting Chinese L1 to produce English L2 for an interview. So that interview is a video clip that between a TV host and an Olympic champion. They were talking about the champion story of becoming a top swimmer, and both of them speak Chinese, but there are foreign guests in the audience. The total duration of the audio clip is 4 minutes, 41 seconds. So the researcher divided the clips into 8 segments with 7 intervals, which means that each participant will listen for about 30 seconds and then produce an English passage based on their comprehension of the source language Chinese, and that's for 1 segment, and altogether there are 8, and the total average duration of completing the task for each participant is 12 minutes, and you will see the results here. The accuracy or the recorded interpreting output were transcribed and then further analysis and analyzed. You will see that the accuracy rate is listed here, and also you will see the occurrences and accurately performed cases here. So the first result is yes. The results show that SV agreement, which is the 5th stage, has the lowest accuracy rate, and bare noun has the highest, which represents stage 2 has the highest rate, with the phrasal nouns in the middle range, and the phrasal nouns is stage 3 feature. There are individual variations, but this pattern seems to be dominant over the whole group. You will see that 6 out of 21 participants have a slightly lower error rate on stage 2 than stage 3. Here is just one example. Athletes are eager to win, but the same participant number 5, also produce a correct one, a grammatical one, a good athlete. So because this might be the interference from the source language L1, because for the first sentence, the source language is only talked about athlete, and the noun athlete in L1 Chinese does not have a plural or singular feature. But in the second one, in the original interview, the speaker just mentioned that I wanted to be a good athlete, because in Chinese there will be a classifier 个 one 个 一个 to signal that particularly the quantifier, I think classifier makes the interpreter more aware of the plural singular feature of the noun. And you will see other examples here. And the second results are, we found 3 typical grammatical errors associated with nominal phrases in the interpreting output. The first type is assigning plural marker to uncountable noun, as in this sentence: when you were 3 years old and thrown into the waters, or many knowledges. Okay, it's kind of extending the plural marker to nouns. And then the second type of errors is conflicting markers on countable nouns, like using both singular marker and as well as plural marker s at the same time, like in the first sentence: I'm just a kid in the fields. So again, it kind of overextending the use of markers. The third type is when the subject is a plural form, the verb is still a single form. So it seems that the information exchange is malpracticed. So in conclusion, we found that for Chinese L1, English L2 advanced learners producing L2 nouns in an interpreting setting, most errors can be attributed to underperformance of information exchange. You see that SV agreement, which is a stage 5 feature, exerts the highest processing burden with the lowest accuracy rate. And secondly, there are a lot of dominant oversupply of markers. So it's like a countable noun has a plural feature but also singular feature, and when assigning them or exchanging information both within the phrasal, which is a stage 3 feature, or across phrasals, which is SV agreement in the stage 5 feature, you will see that the overextending use. And of course, I think some grammatical accuracy issues might sometimes be undermined by source language Chinese interference, because nouns in Chinese, bare nouns in Chinese L1, in most cases has no plural or singular differences. And such findings suggest that processing difficulty affects morphosyntactic accuracy in interpreters' output, even though the learners have acquired the L2 stage in ordinary L2 speech. This further supports the cognitive basis of PT and points out certain issues to be considered in producing L2 under the interpreting context. So that's all. Thank you. And I hope that you can contact me at my email address. Thank you all.
All right, that's Dr. Ying Liu's presentation. Unfortunately, Dr. Ying Liu is currently not present in the Zoom, and so we will not have any quick Q&A session. If you have any question regarding the presentation, kindly personally message or mail it to Dr. Ying's email. And so now we'll be moving on to our next session. We'll be having a 10 minutes break, and then we'll be continuing with the plenary talk with Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah and Prof. Rogaya Abraza. We'll have a 10 minutes break and we'll start at 4:10 p.m. in Malaysian time. Thank you.
Tragen die anderen dann, andere Frauen Kopftuch?
Die dort vor Ort sind, ja.
Aber so ein lockeres oder nicht?
All right, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you're now ready to move on to the next session. Up next, we will have the plenary talk of the day. For that, I will pass the chair to Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah Muhammad Salim.
Okay, thank you so much, Amza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon as well as good morning, everyone, to all our audience and to our presenters and participants of the symposium. So I am very delighted today. So today we have, in this session, we have the final keynote session for our symposium, and I am very happy to introduce to our audience Professor Rogayah Razak, a clinical linguist at the Faculty of Social Science and Liberal Arts, UCSI, University Malaysia. I saw Prof. Rogayah's name, but I don't see her. Prof, are you here? I know you're on site. All right. So yeah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. All right, let me just give a brief introduction to Prof. Rogayah. Prof. Rogayah Razak has spent 35 years as an academic in public universities in Malaysia. So she was the founding member. She was the founding member of the Clinical Linguistics postgraduate program in UKM. UKM is National University of Malaysia in 2009, the first program of its kind in Malaysia and Southeast Asia. All right. So in 2018, she invented and commercialized a standardized language assessment tool for preschool children. The first standardized tool for speech-language therapy use. So currently, this tool is being used in Malaysia by speech-language therapists, pediatricians, psychologists, and a lot of researchers. Okay. So for today, Prof. Rogayah will be sharing with us a very interesting topic entitled Studies on Typical and Atypical Grammatical Development Among Children in Malaysia, Two Sides of a Coin, Building for a Better Future. So, Prof, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rabi. Dr. Ruby. I don't have my headphones, so it doesn't sound. Okay, so thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To organizers, Dr. Ruby, UIA, Dr. Bruno from Sydney University, I think. Western Sydney.
Western Sydney, sorry.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me. And so today I'm going to talk about, I'm going to share with you some work that we've done in Malaysia in terms of language acquisition studies. Might not directly referring to processability theory, but it is a talk that looks at the work that has been done in Malaysia. Okay. Can you allow me to share? So I'm given 30 minutes here, Dr. Ruby.
Yes, 30 minutes, and we'll have 30 to 35 minutes. That would be okay. So yeah, can you share your screen? I think I have allowed the share screen option just now.
Right, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about typical and atypical grammatical development among children in Malaysia. Two sides of a coin. Looking forward to a better analysis of the data. So as an introduction, studies on child language development in Malaysia have been rather sporadic, involved small numbers of children, were often in the form of anecdotal accounts, and were not focused enough to contribute to the explanatory specifics of language acquisition. Basically they were doing the analysis for the explanatory purposes of linguistics, not applied linguistics for disordered data, for example. So, and because of this limited research, unlike in the West, where there are many research done on language acquisition, therefore information about the process is readily available. In Malaysia, there is a dearth of resources. We don't have the data to put the milestones in language acquisition. We are just beginning to ascertain normative data, and all these tools that are suitable or important for speech therapists to use, for example, in their work, in working with children with communication disorders. And Wee and Wong in 2012 stated that one reason why specific language impairment, SLI, at that time it was called SLI, now DLD, is grossly under-identified in Malaysia is because it is the absence of locally developed norm-reference language assessment, especially for its not only monolingual, but multilingual and multicultural population. So I'm just going to go very fast on this. This is trying to give a picture of what happened, what kind of research was done before. So in 1987, Simanjuntak did a longitudinal study, and on 3 kids from 10 months to 3 years, 6 months. And he found that the children started combining words at 2 years old, following the holophrastic stage pivot, P, and open class structure in utterances. So for example, Mami Bayang, which is actually Mummy praise. So that is a pivot and object, right? Back Mummy. So this shows that a 2-year-old is starting to begin his syntactic development in combination of words. Another study which is longitudinal and has lots of data is Tan 1999. He looked at acquisition of WH questions, and specifically the order of acquisition and the structure of the questions. So he actually did 2 years, 6 months of data collection of weekly home visits. And he reported that the order of acquisition for WH questions are mana, where, apa, siapa, kenapa, macam mana, how, berapa, how much or how many. And then the forms of the WH words that the children were using at 2 years plus, or is expanded at 28 months, is the combination between the preposition and the WH word. For example, dengan siapa, near whom, dekat siapa, near whom, dengan siapa, with whom, dengan mana, which one. Another combination is WH word and particle, apakah. So mak buat apakah, what is mother doing. So here you can find that the WH word is in the base position, indicating in situ. Okay, monumental study is long, 1995. It's has been quite some time, but I think it's still relevant until now. She looked at preschool children and looking at their use of, among others, affixation. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about the affixation bit because she also does interaction of mom and child. So her children, she took it from, the data was direct observation and spontaneous speech. So she reported that the children, majority of them use nominal and verbal affixes. Only some small group of affixes, which are loan prefixes, infixes, which are archaic, em and el, and circumfix. So circumfixes like ke an is difficult to acquire because it represents abstract things. Yeah? And affixes or acquiring of fixation is an ongoing process, and it can go on through primary 1 and until primary 12. The kids use bare verbals and nominals, no affixation. So for example, when the child says abang gunting kertas, brother is cutting the paper. So gunting is the verb to cut, and gunting does not have a prefix here. However, for lexicalized affixes, which are already like crystallized in the word, for example, the accidental ter, so dia terjatuh dari basikal, that is easily produced by the child. Or dia baling dengan penyepit. Penyepit, pincer, the bold prefix is lexicalized. Girls use more affixes compared to boys, and then passives, in line with children using bare verbs. For passives, they tended to use the bare form of the verb, which is having to use kena. Kena is got, so kena tangkap, got caught. They use simple sentences. So this is for people who are interested in morphology, acquisition of morphology. This is a good work to refer to. Okay, from 2000 onwards, that was when I started my work at National University of Singapore, of Malaysia. So I started to, because I was in the Department of Speech Sciences, training students to be speech therapists. So from my conversation with them, from other colleagues also, I soon realized that they don't have a tool at all at that time. So then these are the stages of development for, so I came up with a Malay preschool language assessment test. It is used to design, it is designed to test the receptive language understanding, expressive language production, and early literacy skills of Malay preschool children. So this is the component of MPLAT. We have two versions of it. One is the diagnostic version, which is the full with 159 items, compared to the screening, which is a short version with only 49 items. So it has, the receptive is consists of the picture vocabulary, grammatical understanding. And then the expressive is sentence repetition, referential meaning, and relational meaning. So if you think about it, the receptive and the expressive are a symmetry. So if receptive is picture vocabulary, the expressive is referential meaning, relational meaning. For the grammatical understanding, that's the comprehension part, but the production is a sentence repetition. So we are trying to make it correspond to each other. So in terms of the components, we are looking at the word vocabulary, which is the semantics, and grammatical understanding is the syntax. These are receptive because I'll show you the picture after this. And then the expressive is the oral vocabulary, which is the referential and relational meaning. Referential, we say, apa itu? What is? Apa itu layang-layang? What is a kite? Then the child has to say, we play outside where there's wind, there's a rope to it, and you have to pull at it. So they have to describe what is. We also ask what is similar between two objects, so relational meaning. And then syntax, as I said just now. And because it's preschool, at the age where they are preparing to go to school in primary 1, we put in the early literacy component. So these are the categories of words that I use. Also for the grammatical, negation, simple sentence, coordinate, passive, interrogative. This is a picture vocabulary. So we say, show me the bus, and the child look at the 4 pictures and point. So that is okay. And then show me burung merak. Show me peacock. And this is the grammatical understanding. We say kedua-dua binatang itu berlari. Both animals are running. So after listening to the sentence, the child has to point to the picture which represent the sentence they just heard. And this is early literacy skills, where we say, okay, look at the object, write down the word. So it is meja or table. So the child has to spell and write the word table. This is the scoring sheet for the MPLAT. The MPLAT gives you the raw score, it gives you the standard score, and it gives a percentile. So you can actually convert the raw score into standard score, and then you can use the plot chart, where this is the standard score plot chart, where the mean is 20, right at the middle, and the standard deviation is 4. So we say that if a child performs at 1.5 standard deviation below the mean, the child is at risk of language impairment. If the child is 2 standard deviation below the mean, then he is, or more, he is disordered. So this is a very neat tool that speech therapists can use to diagnose their child with communication disorders and see how severe the language is. This is the screening. Screening is very simple. It's just pass, fail, and just the bolded numbers are failing, and the numbers below it is failing. Okay, then when we look across at the performance of the kids, this is the 300 kids that we were doing. This is actually, no, this is 250. So you can see that the score increases as the age increases, so it is developmental. And then this the test retest reliability and iterator reliability, and you can see that the values are quite good, good reliability, regardless of the time or the who is testing. Correlation. This is let's see. This is in terms of the correlation of scores of age is contributed by the performance of each group on the subtest. For the subtotal, for everything except grammatical understanding, it is a bit low. The grammatical understanding, the low scores might be because the language, the grammar that the children, the grammar of the children are still developing. Okay, then these results look at correlation of subtest scores to test total, and it shows good reliability, and the subtests contribute appropriately to test total score. Developmental construct is proven by the Duncan test, and you can see that it is differentiating between the groups. So group 1 is the 4 to 4.5, group 2 is 4.6 to 4.11, and it is okay. This is concurrent validity, where we compare we administer both screening and diagnostic, and the concurrent validity showed that both versions are having a good correlation. Although the screening is a bit low, that's because screening is just a quarter of the full, so the values are small. Okay. So in terms of what MPLET does, is that these are the problems that are at the hospitals, okay? Because they don't have, before MPLET, they don't have a standardized tool. So these are the problems. They're underdiagnosed or overdiagnosed. And the children at risk are not identified. So the risk of language disorder is increasing. Parents, nowadays, parents want to know why, how their children is disordered, but without a standardized test, that will not be possible for the speech therapist to convey. And then the time taken, and so with MPLET, the diagnostic version can be performed within 30 minutes, and the screening version can be performed within 10 to 15 minutes. So it really cuts down the time. Okay. This is a second study where we are looking at comprehension and production of WH questions among Malay children with DLD. And we look at both comprehension and production. The subjects are 15 Malay children with DLD, chronological age 7 to 9-11, with 2 control groups, 15 age-matched children, chronologically 7 to 9-11, typically developing, and then 15 younger preschool children, typically developing. The task is we show them picture matching task to test the understanding of the picture that, so we ask, for example, siapa cium adik, who kissed sister, and the child has to answer, has to point to the picture. Yeah. Elicitation of WH question is where the children are asked to are supposed to ask question. So there's this cartoon, Angry Bird. Something happened and Angry Bird was the only witness. And then the child has to ask the Angry Bird what happens using the picture that they've seen. Okay, so if you look at these are WH, we're looking at WH question, who subject, who object, which subject, and which object. So this table shows that between colloquial Malay variety and standard Malay variety, there are some differences. In essence, the standard variety will only do fronted, moved and fronted WH structure. But the colloquial is more flexible. It sometimes uses fronted and most times actually uses in situ. Okay, so these are the things that we test in the experiment. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the performance. So you see that, this is the language ability of the children. It is demographic data. You can see that the DLD kids, for example, MPLET scores, overall scores, let's say, the DLD kids, they do 72.53 compared to the age match control. And then the language match control, the preschool kids are doing better than the DLD. Okay. Okay, in terms of comprehension, we did a ANOVA test, repeated measures. It shows that there was a significant effect of the group and a significant effect of the sentence type. So in addition, a group between the 3 groups and the sentence type. In addition, in between a group comparison, sentence type was also significant. And the one way ANOVA test shows that there is a significant difference between children with DLD and the age match group in terms of their ability to understand the structure, yang mana. And with regard to the question, with regards to the WH question, there is a statistical, oh, no, I think I jumped. Okay, sorry. So there is significant difference between the children with DLD and the age match, and very sensitive, yeah. And between the age match and language match groups. Okay, this is in situ, and you find that the DLD and the language match preschoolers, they do a lot of in situ for WH compared to the age match. Age match, they do movement. Majority of them use movement because they've gone to school, they are exposed to the fronted WH. Lexical errors, the most lexical errors produced was the substitution of verbs with another verb which is semantically related. They do preposition substitution and lexical addition. So for example, an example of a verb that is related, for example, belajar, to study, some responses actually substituted that with mengajar, which is teaching. So for example, abang belajar dengan siapa? With whom did elder brother study? The response was abang mengajar dengan siapa? So when the child replaces the verb, then the meaning gets changed. Okay. And then we looked at a bit about sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy in terms of the WH structure. So you can see that so the result shows that the comprehension of WH yang mana is the third row, has the best sensitivity, the best specificity, excellent specificity, and very low accuracy. So this is a potential candidate for a clinical marker or a linguistic structure marker for Malay children learning WH, acquiring WH. Okay, so basically we're saying that in a sense, there is a selective deficit for comprehension of WH, of which questions. There seems to be a convergence of results between children with DLD and the younger age group of language match group, making a strong case for delay in the case of DLD. From a theoretical point of view, there seems to be a grammatical reduction of the formal structure and a reduced structure at play. Okay. So typical and atypical grammar development are two sides of the same coin, I believe. The common denominator is the grammar development, while on one hand is the typical process and the other as the atypical process. So the atypical process is a result of a disruption that has occurred in the ongoing system. Therefore, it is imperative that we know, we mean linguists, researchers, clinicians, we need to know what is typical in order to understand the atypical. So if we are developing assessment tools, we actually test it on normal kids because we want to know the product of that test when being administered to a child with atypical language will put the child in relation to the performance, the normative performance of the typical children. So it is important to know the normal process before we can understand the atypical process. Okay, so how am I doing for time, Dr. Robi?
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay. So this is a study about looking at morphosyntactic abilities of bilingual preschool children, multilingual actually, because they are Chinese kids. Okay, I'm going to skip this. So basically, I just introduce to you sentence repetition task. It is a tool that can be used to measure typical and atypical language development. Very sensitive, very good to identify children with language disorders. It consists of comprehension and production involving phonological, morphosyntactic, semantic, and some retrieval of information from memory. So it has been proven in research to be a useful tool in identifying children having processing abilities and weaknesses of grammar. So you have the stimuli, which is the sentence read out to the child. So the child has to listen carefully the sentence, and we actually remind the child that you have to listen because you're not going to repeat. So what happens is in decoding the stimuli, the child will use the language knowledge that they have, and then they have to remember. So it will involve cognition, long-term, short-term memory, and then they will then repeat the sentence they have heard. So we find that younger kids, like 4 years old, they will only remember the content words. The 5-year-old will remember content plus some function words, and the 6 years old will remember everything. So that it is developmental. So in this is actually looking at the age of the subjects and age of onset where the child first was introduced to the languages. So we're talking about Chinese children acquiring or learning English, Mandarin, and Malay. So we look at total use also. So you can see that the Malay was exposed to the child rather late, okay, compared to English and Mandarin. About 4 years old, when you first start to go to preschool, then they start to learn Malay. So at home environment, they learn English and Mandarin. And total use, based on a parent bilingual questionnaire, you ask about use of language, repertoire of languages. And you can see that the English is used more for this population, and then vocabulary also more for English, second Mandarin, and then Malay. This is the scoring. As you can see that we are looking at content words, functional words, and then we're looking at strategies, omission, substitution, addition, grammaticality, and sentence whole accuracy. So this is the demographic. This is the performance in terms of the mean score and standard deviation. So you can see that the overall accuracy is more for English, grammaticality, and Malay is usually the last of in terms of all the aspects that were tested. Okay, then this is looking at the post hoc comparison of the sentence repetition domains in the 3 languages. And this is correlation of language variables between in terms of the age of the languages, in terms of the age of onset, total use, and vocabulary. And English is the most used, followed by Mandarin and Malay. Accuracy, you can see that the children were not able to do Malay at all for the sentence repetition. In fact, they only could do for Mandarin and English. This is level of complexity. Also 0 cannot do for Malay, but okay, level 1, more Mandarin than English, and then level 2 and level 3, more advanced, more complex structures, equally for both languages. Okay. So these are the examples of omission in English. So for example, if the target was, it was daddy who drive me to school, the response will be, it was daddy who drive me school. It was daddy who drive me school. So omission of the preposition. Or target, mommy baked the cake that we like. Mommy baked the cake we like. Omission of the complementizer. And then a substitution, for example, she was called by the teacher in the class. The response was she was called by the teacher at the class. So substitution of the preposition. For Chinese, these are the some auxiliaries in sentence patterns were omitted. So there was substitution of unfamiliar words, and common words are used. Okay. So, so basically, there is a need to study bilingual children, multilingual children, based on the groupings of languages that they know and they use. Because sometimes we tend to just test them in one language. But for multilingual children in Malaysia, they know many languages. For Chinese, sometimes they know 5 languages stroke dialects. For Malay, maybe 2 or 3 languages stroke dialects. So it's no longer possible to just look at one language. You have to look at the repertoire of languages, as this will give a more accurate picture of the nature of difficulty that a child has learning a second language, or a multilingual, bilingual children with language difficulties, which is a double whammy in a sense. So for example, I was screening a child for reading, and the child was reading in Malay and he was really having difficulty. So I asked the mom, I said, how is he in Mandarin? Is he okay speaking Mandarin? And the mom said, he's fine with Mandarin. So even though the school thought that he had a language problem in Malay, because the public schools are in Malay, the language medium is in Malay. So, but actually we have to look at the whole language environment and test him in the other languages too. So in that instance, the child was just a second language difficulty, facing second language difficulty. So seeing that there's much to be done, I think linguists in Malaysia should work collaboratively with professionals in health science, including education, health in terms of speech therapists, psychologists, audiologists, when we're looking at language, and science, meaning computer science now, biomarkers, looking at biomarkers, and Internet of Things. So, you know, the input of the linguist is very needed. And of course, education is also important. We can no longer do our research work in silos. I think that's what's happening in Malaysia. Most of us are doing our own things in our own space. So I guess with that, I end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rogaya. So for very enlightening talk. So we have perhaps 5 to 10 minutes. So I will open the session for question and answer. Right, if you want to ask question, just raise your hand so the technician can unmute you.
Oh, there's a question in chat.
From Prof. Jizla or okay, Prof. Jizla, I think you can unmute. Oh, should I read the question in the chat first, or we want to proceed with Prof. Gisela? Because I saw Prof. Gisela raise her hand first.
Yes, I did raise my hand, and I had
Yes, okay. Maybe Prof. Gisela. Okay.
Thank you very much for a very rich talk, and you have really covered a lot of ground. I'm curious to, I guess the first part of your talk concerned an instrument that you had developed to test language. Was that is that for monolingual children?
It is for children whose native language is Malay. But the same further work has to be done for Chinese and other children speaking Malay. So it can be. I mean, you always start with the mono first, monolingual, and then we can. But I need to tweak it a bit, test a bit more children of Chinese and other races, so that I can figure out what is not clear, what is needs to do some work on bilingual, multilingual kids. Right now, it's just for Malay kids.
Okay, because then I have a question on that. It seemed as it was the more formal kind of Malay that it was problematic for them, the WH question. They kept it in situ. So then my question is the formal movement, is that something they learn at school? So do these kids go to the same classes as the others who manage the formal kind?
Yes. Yes, they do go to same classes, because kids with DLD, they are not seen as special. They are not seen as children with special needs. So they are in the mainstream classrooms with the other kids. So so they'll do badly in the exam, in the language exams, because the variety that's being taught is formal. And you have to, so when you do WH question, you have to front it, and then you have to have the particle together with the WH word. But I think as they go along, they will be able to pick it up. Yeah, but for maybe the first half of primary, they might be still using dialectal or colloquial Malay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Gisela. Before we move to Dr. Howard, I'll just read the question in chat. Just a few seconds. MashaAllah, what a contribution to the field, Prof. I have two questions. Number one, is the tool specific to certain clinical population only, or it can be used to assess various clinical backgrounds? Okay, that's the first. And number two, is it possible for the tool to be expanded to integrate pragmatic skills, especially in everyday interactions, since there are cases where children, especially at school age, are impaired pragmatically as overall social communication disorder?
All right, good question. Actually, this tool, the Amplet, it can be used for normal kids. If you want to know their language abilities, whether they are developing typically or not. It can also be used with children with difficulties, language difficulties. So this tool can be used for preschool children having difficulties, and also children who are in primary. So when they are in primary and they have language difficulties secondary to autism or Down syndrome or hearing impairment or dyslexia, their language skill will fall back into the preschool age. And that is the reason why when I do my research, we've done research on, you can look me up in ResearchGate. I've done work on dyslexic children using Amplet, where before we do anything, any literacy that we skills or phonological awareness skills that we want to find out, we need to ascertain their language ability. That's the baseline. And Amplet is a very good tool for baseline language abilities. The same with autism, DLD, developmental language delay, hearing impairment. So whenever, that's why sometimes I didn't anticipate that Amplet would be a tool that can be used by researchers. But increasingly, I noticed that I too use it, and other Singapore is using it. Nanyang Technological University, they are using it in their Giver project. So I think it's a very handy tool for researchers, also for clinicians. How can we integrate pragmatic? When we do testing, we don't do phonological with language, for example. So phonological is a separate test by itself. And usually pragmatic is also another test by itself, aside from language. Yeah? So it's distinguished. But I've got this, I've received these comments many times that people think that we need to get the pragmatic in component, and we will take that into consideration when we review the tool, so that we can put in some situation sequencing, some situation of pragmatic use. Yeah, but I think that would have to have another round of study. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Howard.
Thank you very much for a very, very revealing talk. I wanted to focus on something that I read into the data that you presented, which was that there was a very big difference between children of Malay background and children of various Chinese backgrounds, and that for children of Chinese backgrounds, Malay seemed to be very much a second language. And so I was wondering, in two ways, what that might mean for the definition of normal development. Firstly, the question of whether there needs to be a view of normal second language development for Malay, and secondly, whether there needs to be a view of normal development for Chinese languages other than Mandarin, Cantonese, Hokkien, Hakka, for example.
Yeah, Dr. Howard, it's that is the ideal situation where we try to ascertain the ability of the child based on the status of the language, because unless if they are acquiring it simultaneously, so usually it's sequential. So for Malay, that's why we start with mono first, native language, and then we hope to do it for Malay as second language for the non-Malay speakers. It is important because our schools are in Malay. Actually, they are bilingual now. Some subjects are in Malay, and the science and maths for dual program are in English. Compared to also some, a majority of the schools are in Malay. So there are bilingualism, multilingualism in the school anyway. Because it's never the same, and we need to know, there's the contention of the difficulty. Is it because of second language learning, or is it because it's disordered, the language is impaired? That's why our recommendation is, when we are assessing children, we should take into consideration the languages they know. If possible, try to test in the languages that they know and use frequently, so that if it is disordered, it will not only in second language, but in the first language, it will be disordered. The language will be disordered. So in the case where only second language is problematic, then it's just a second language. But if it's disordered, it will be disordered for the first language too, and of course the second language. Yeah, so it's important. So in multilingual countries, in like Asian countries, Southeast Asia countries, we have to tease out these trajectories of the different languages, and it's kind of difficult, not ideal. Sometimes, like, because we don't have norms, so when we do things, we have to have the control, the experimental and the control. But it would be nice to have the normative scores to compare it with, like in the West, for example. But one thing about multilingualism in Malaysia, in South Asia, for example, what is interesting is that it is the mainstream. So you can't deny it. left and right, people are talking in one sentence, many languages, Malay, maybe English, Chinese, and sometimes Indian, Tamil languages. And it's a different kind of multilingualism compared to the other kind of multilingualism, where it is the marginalized group and the monolingual is the mainstream. So I think that's a challenge for researchers in Malaysia, and an invitation to researchers outside of Malaysia to come in and help us do the research.
All right. Thank you to all that asked questions. Thank you, Prof. Rogaya, for the presentation, and also Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah for moderating the session. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Rui Yuan Wang from Shanxi Normal University, China, with the paper Morphosynthetic Processing and Study Abroad in Chinese English L2 Learners. Do note that this presentation will be a recorded presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Rui Yuan from Shanxi Normal University, and it is my great honor to participate in this PALA 2020 International Symposium. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Bruno Dibias, because he encouraged me to attend this conference. Thank you. And beforehand, I'll have to say sorry because my presentation will be a little bit different from the abstract in your hand. I have deleted the working memory part because of the time limitation. But if you're interested in that part, feel free to ask after the presentation in the question and answer session. And second, I would like to say that I'm very lucky to be placed after Liu Ying's presentation, because she has already explained the mechanism of interpreting pretty clearly. Because I also adopted the interpreting as the task to elicit my participants' oral production. So overall, interpreting, as you already know, is a kind of linguistic task, which is pretty cognitive demanding and involves at least 2 languages. And that's so much about the interpreting task. So let's, I'll play, maybe who will play my recording? Who will play?
I'll play a recording.
Okay, thank you. And please play my recording. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear professors and colleagues. My name is Rui Yuan Wang, and I'm from Shanxi Normal University, a university in China. And my presentation today is about the morphosyntactic processing and study abroad experience on Chinese English L2 learners. And this presentation contains 6 parts: the background, theoretical framework, the study, materials and procedures, the results, and conclusion. The importance of English for a country's overall international competitiveness is beyond question, and China is not an exception. In today's globalized world, English has become a tool for international communication and a driver for China's economic growth and social development. Realizing the importance of English, the Chinese government attaches great importance to English learning and makes it mandatory for all educational levels in the country's standard national curriculum. Due to the encouragement for English learning and Chinese people's economic growth, together with the assumption among professionals and laypeople that study abroad experience SAE may be a magic formula for foreign language learning. Study abroad programs turn out to be of considerable interest to Chinese students and educational institutions. Let's look at some statistics. In 2016, around 145,000 Chinese international students were enrolled in English language programs for relevant academic purpose in English-speaking countries including the US, the UK, Australia, and Canada. And such enthusiasm doesn't seem to be influenced by the COVID-19. 91% of the Chinese civilians who planned to study abroad before the pandemic still intended to pursue overseas education. And 40 to 50% of them listed improving their English as one of their goals. Let's look at how much does it take for an overseas student to live per year in a city in one of those English-speaking countries. Let's take Sydney as an example. According to Null database, a single person yearly living cost in Sydney is estimated to be 46,145 Australian dollars. And this figure does not include tuition fees nor flight tickets. This is not a small amount of money. But why is it that so many Chinese students of foreign languages want to go abroad to have an in-country experience? Is it worth it? Does study abroad experience provide any language advantages? Let's look at the previous studies of Chinese speakers' English development during their study abroad experience. SAE has proven to be highly beneficial in Chinese learners' socio-pragmatic competence, fluency, and lexical development. However, the empirical documentation of the English morphosyntactic processing among Chinese learners is critically lacking, and much of the literature in this field rendered inconsistent findings. For instance, we found that both study abroad and at-home groups were improved in morphosyntactic performance in their listening comprehension, but no significant difference was observed between the two groups. Jensen and Howard found that participants varied considerably in their scope of improvement, and no significant nor consistent trend was identified during their study abroad experience, SAE. So, regarding morphosyntactic processing, studies thus far have provided evidence that Chinese English L2 learners in both study abroad and at-home contexts can effectively improve their morphosyntactic processing in their listening comprehension. However, it is noteworthy that the benefits observed in listening comprehension cannot be generalized into their production, as language comprehension may be improved more easily than their production. Therefore, it is generally unclear whether study abroad experience can effectively enhance Chinese speakers' morphosyntactic processing in their English oral production. Morphosyntax, such as subject-verb agreement, plays a pivotal role in English. Chinese language, however, does not have grammatical morphology for marking numbers. Thus, this cross-linguistic discrepancy contributes to a pervasive challenge for Chinese learners, as shown by the rife morphological agreement errors in their English. Therefore, whether SAE can effectively improve English morphosyntactic processing among Chinese English L2 learners is especially worth exploring. So here comes our research question. Is study abroad experience SAE beneficial for Chinese speakers' English morphosyntactic processing in their oral production? The present study is going to look at the impact of SAE on Chinese English L2 learners' morphosyntactic processing represented by subject-verb agreement in their oral production. In exploring this question, I adopt processability theory as the framework of the study. PT is a tried and tested theory over many studies and 30 languages over a wide typological range. It is capable of accurately predicting learners' developmental trajectories for any L2. In terms of morphosyntactic development, PT predicts 6 hierarchical stages. A learner's order of acquisition always follows the sequence from stage 1 to 6, one after another, and retains each structure throughout the acquisition process. In other words, a certain stage can only be acquired after all of the preceding stages have been completed. In terms of subject-verb agreement, which is placed at a relatively late point in time at the 5th of the morphological development stage. And we have 50 Chinese university students as our participants, and they are categorized into 2 groups, the SA group, study abroad group, and NSA group, no study abroad group. Both groups are comparable in their age, they're all in their 20s, their major, they are all interpreting master students, and their training length. They're all in the last semester of master degree. So the only difference between the 2 groups are their length of study abroad. The average duration of the SA group is more than 24 months, and no participant in an SA group has any study abroad experience. Materials and procedures. I adopted Lexical to assess participants' language proficiency, which is a valid and standardized online test of general English proficiency. And given the observation that participants who spoke the same L1 enjoyed comparable learning programs and were under similar educational exposure to L2, still varied significantly in their L2 improvement. Some research suggests that it is their individual aptitude, their individual difference, represented by working memory, that play a role. Therefore, we also took participants' working memory into consideration. Their working memory was measured by the English reading span task, partially adapted from Harrington and Sawyer. And a consecutive interpreting from Chinese to English was conducted to assess participants' English oral production. In this task, participants got language input in Chinese and very rapidly understand the information, the context, and very rapidly transformed or interpret the Chinese language into English. The material used in the speech eliciting task was a brief introduction of new energy cars, and the material was recorded by a native Chinese speaker with no accent and presented auditorily to participants via headphones, and their oral production was recorded for transcription and analysis. In terms of scoring, the subject-verb agreement is assessed according to participants' verbatim transcriptions of their English production. 2 criteria are applied. One is to see whether they have acquired the linguistic knowledge or not, and this is based on the emergence criterion under processability theory. After determining that all of the participants have acquired the structure as expected, we look at their accuracy in their performance. According to the listed equation, the accuracy rate of each participant is a number of correct form divided by all the verbs used in that form in their production. To avoid the possibility that Some participants pursue grammatical accuracy at the expenses of some other criteria that were also deemed important for interpreting, such as faithfulness, fluency, and voice, etc. Their overall interpreting performance was also assessed by 2 individual experienced NATI assessors. NATI stands for the National Standards and Accreditation Body for Translators and Interpreters in Australia. And the 2 assessors rendered high inter-rater reliability. Therefore, the main scores of 2 assessors were used for final analysis. And here comes our results. We can see that both groups were comparable in their English proficiency and working memory, as measured by Lexical and reading span respectively. However, the SA group was significantly more successful in attending to subject-verb agreement accuracy in their English than the NSA group. And the SA group's higher accuracy was not achieved by sacrificing their overall interpreting performance, as they demonstrated relatively higher overall interpreting performance, measured by 2 experienced NATI assessors. Although the difference was not statistically significant, the trend was obvious. So, our result suggests that the SA group is more accurate in subject-verb agreement than the NSA group in their oral projection, which indicates that SA group is more automatized in attending to the grammatical structure while performing the cognitively demanding task, interpreting. So this is our conclusion. Both SAE and at-home classroom instruction contributes to the acquisition and accurate use of morphosyntactic agreement. But SAE is significantly more beneficial for subject-verb agreement accuracy in Chinese-English L2 learners' oral production than at-home classroom instruction. And this is my references. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you.
All right, that just now is the video or recording presentation of Dr. Yuan Wang. Now I open the floor for the question and answer session. If you have any question, please raise your hand or type your question in the chat box.
Or suggestion, any suggestion is welcomed.
Hey, may I have one questions?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
I'm V. My name is V, and thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. I'm just questions about your findings, because it seemed like the study abroad group outperformed the no study group in your study in terms of the subject verb agreement and number agreement. So it's more on the S, the morpheme S marking. So I'm just wondering, is this something about the exposure to English outside the classroom in the, for example, in Australia, for those learning group that help them to perform better than the no study abroad group? So is this something more about the exposure to English outside the classroom, the context, that give the positive result to these groups rather than working memories and some other aspects?
Okay.
Or,
thank you for your question. Yes, it is related to, according to my presentation today, it is related to the study abroad groups, study abroad exposure. And in my research, I have further detailed what kind of exposure they just involved in. And today's presentation has nothing to do with working memory because I didn't categorize the group based on their the level of their working memory. Two groups, only difference between the two groups is their study abroad experience. The SA group enjoyed maybe more than 24 months study abroad in English-speaking country, whereas the participants in the NSA group, no study abroad group, has no study abroad experience. So my conclusion is that it is the study abroad experience that contributes to the significant difference between the two groups' subject-verb agreement accuracy.
Okay, so the context of English, learning English play a role here in the language performance for your groups. Yeah. Now I
exactly.
Get it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Louis?
Minute, let me on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did I see at the end of your presentation you saying that there was an advantage for the study abroad, but it was not statistically significant?
Actually, can I show my presentation again? I mean the last few slides. Actually, my conclusion is that the results show that two groups are significantly different in their subject-verb agreement accuracy. Actually, two groups are significantly different in that language structure. However, two groups are comparable, are not statistically different in their overall interpreting performance. The score of the SA group is only a little bit higher than the NSA group in terms of the scores assessed by two assessors. So
I see. So I misheard that it was not the verb agreement that was not statistically significant, but it was the difference in their translation skills. Is that right?
No, two groups are different in their subject-verb agreement accuracy.
Yeah, but can you go one or two slides before that?
Yeah, Mohammed, could you please go back maybe one or two slides?
There, that one. Didn't you say?
Yeah. The two groups were different in their subject-verb agreement accuracy. You see the p-value is under 0.05, but two groups' overall interpreting scores were similar, with SA group only a little bit higher than the NSA group.
Okay. All right. Okay. So they were significant. I misheard you then. I thought you said the S3 agreement was not significantly statistically significant.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aricia, but it's okay. It's a difficult name. I might have missed it. I was wondering, did the two groups that you compared have the same instruction before one of, was it the same group that you followed and then one part of the group did a study abroad and then the other one didn't? Or did they have, were there two different groups from two different schools? Like, I'm a bit interested because a lot of study abroad research says that study abroad is very beneficial for like intercultural knowledge, etc., and discourse markers and these types of elements of language. But usually for morphosyntactic development, there's not a big difference. So it's interesting to see that in your study, that's the case, which made me a bit curious about the study background of the two groups before they went abroad, but also the other group, what their study context was. I hope my question is clear. You're muted.
Okay. Actually, my study is not a longitudinal study. It is a cross-sectional study. So yeah. I only tested them 1 point. And I recruit participants in the essay group. I recruited participants from 3 different universities, and the participants in the in-essay group are recruited from 3 different universities in China. So I try to do this because I know my study is not a longitudinal study. I just try to make it random and make participants random. And their background knowledge, I don't know their background knowledge. I just have 1 point assessment of their interpreting performance and their working memory and their output production. As for the instruction, I assume they should be different because I try to control. I controlled their interpreting semester. They are all in the last semester of their interpreting study, and they are all English majored beforehand. So I assume their instruction to be the same, and they are only different in their language background. Language context. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Because
yeah, it's interesting to think about because it's an important element in English, and it makes me think like, okay, did they not have a lot of interaction during the studies with native speaker teachers or with native speakers, etc., or didn't they have like individual feedback on these elements? It's interesting because it raises a lot of questions to your study, which is good.
Yeah, yep. It will be ideal to. Thank you. It will be it will be ideal to have.
All right. Yeah. I just had a little comment.
Hi, Bruno.
Yeah. Just a small comment. It just shows one I think important difference between proficiency type assessment. Like the assessors didn't see almost any difference, right? And assessing instead with a precise principled instrument like PT, right? So you can focus and find the actual difference. So there is a difference, even though that difference was not picked up by the assessors. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Bruno.
Okay.
Yeah. Just something I would like to mention as well. That actually goes back to my previous question when I asked you: is it only the exposure to the English outside the classroom give some kind of affect the findings or something else? So that's why, like Isia asked that question. It's very interesting because we also need to consider as well the language background and the language background, where the L1, for example, the first language affect the S, for example, when it comes to third person singular S, and also the language instruction, because they are the older learners, I believe. So they somehow, some way, the instruction as in the classroom, maybe they receive more explicit grammatical teaching rather than the one that have just natural exposure to English outside the classroom in Australia, for example. So that's what go back to my previous question when I asked, is it only depend on the exposure to English outside the classroom? So just something to modify my questions.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, that is a very interesting question, and that is why I think my finding is interesting, because at first I thought, Chinese people with Chinese always focus on the English grammatical teaching and instruction. Exactly. So at first I thought maybe the Chinese group's grammatical performance will be better, but it turns out that no, even though they are under that kind of L1 context and they're constantly encouraged to speak correct grammatical expression, but finally, their grammars are not that accurate as those who went to abroad. So that is what makes me think that that finding is a little bit funny.
All right.
Interesting.
What a nice discussion, but I'm sorry we have to cut the time a bit because we have to proceed to the next presentation. I'm sorry to anyone that have question unanswered. Maybe you can try to email Ms. Ruiwan. We have to go to the next presentation. And thank you, Dr. Ruiwan Wang, with the presentation. Next, please welcome Dr. V. Tan Son with the paper Morphosynthetic Structures in English Textbooks for Beginners.
Thank you. Let's see if I could share the screen with you. Yes, thank you very much for your introduction and welcome to my presentation on morphosyntactic structures in English textbook for beginners. So here is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to introduce the topic, the study, and before I talk more about some theoretical background, the method, and some preliminary findings before the discussion. And this is the work in progress. So due to the recent interest of refugees and also immigrants in Sweden, so Sweden has a large percentage of newly arrived people at school with limited English. And there is recently one university course organized by Skovaket. In English, the name is the National Agency for Education, that organized, hosted by my department for the Swedish teacher of English at school on how to teach English to the students with limited or no knowledge of English in a Swedish school. And the selecting the teaching materials for these target groups had become a prominent discussion in the course. So that's the reason why I got some textbook and focus more on the textbook analysis for the target groups. When it comes to the syllabus for English, so Sweden has a communicative language teaching of English with only a minor focus on grammar teaching. And the syllabus for English in O level, even in either primary education or secondary schools, aims for the fluency development in the long run. However, to promote the receptive and production skill, the people should also learn about the linguistic phenomena, for example, like pronunciation, intonation, grammatical structures, spelling, in order to promote the written and spoken communication. So providing the teaching material textbook should also be appropriately to the target learners. And one way to implement the grammar teaching in these English second language classroom is to use the textbooks, because the textbook serves as a guideline for teacher and also the language input for learners. And the design of the textbook requires a sequencing of lexical and grammatical items. They're all just some study of second language acquisition, focusing on grammar introduced in the textbooks. And these study focus more on the testing the stages of developmental sequence of second language acquisition predicted by processability theory. Again, the textbook for example, like early English learner in Germany by Lansing, and for second language Italian textbook is Austria by Gibson, and for education in Swedish for immigrants by Fleeman Mason, and for primary school English textbook in China by Tang. So Lansing aims to test the stages of the developmental sequence of the second language acquisition predicted by PT, processability theory, against 2 textbooks for early English education in Germany. And she discovers that the design of the 2 textbooks does not reflect the developmental sequence. Gibson focused more on one single Italian textbook that was used for beginners in Australian secondary schools, while Fleeman looked into the other instruction in the learning objectives for Swedish for immigrants and tried to define the progression of the term morphosyntactic progression. In China, Tang took on an extensive study to investigate the English textbook used in China from a PT perspective. And to some degree, the findings show that the textbook in focus were partially compatible with the learning outcomes suggested by PT. So at the recent stage, little attention has been paid to the investigation of grammar introduced in English textbook for newly arrived students as the beginner in the Swedish context. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about PT, processability theory. And processability theory conceptualizes the process of language development at a set of stages. And PT describes the language structure and grammatical form present at each stage of language development. And the stages in morphological and syntactic development of ASL have supported by the empirical study here. And the key point of the learnability is the learner developmental readiness. So it means that the learner can only produce such structures and they can also process. So teaching focuses on the grammatical structure that the learner are able to acquire at the time of instruction would benefit the learning. And these stages have been used at the theoretical framework for my data analysis. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the stages in English as second language when it comes to the syntax and morphology. So the PT predicts a hierarchy on processing procedure in morphological and also syntactic development of ASL, involving the word or lemma access and categories, noun, verb, phrase, procedure, sentence, and then subordinate clause procedure. For example, at the first day, the second language learner have not developed any language-specific procedures and can only produce the single constituents. For example, like, how are you? At the second stage, the second language learners can activate the category procedure and start to distinguish between the verbal and nominal elements to be able to produce the canonical structures such as I like English. Next, second language learner can enter the third stage, the noun phrase procedure. And at this stage, learners are able to place the non-arguments at the initial position of a canonical word sentence. For example, like adverb fronting and do fronting, like do you live here? At the fourth stage, the second language learner can activate the verb phrase procedure, and they can produce the syntactic phenomena such as yes-no inversion and Copula inversion in non-canonical sequences. And at the fifth stage, the second language learner can activate the center procedure and fully differentiate the topic from the subject. and they are assumed to be able to implement the procedure of inversion. For example, like placing the auxiliary or copula before the subject and unify the person, the number, the tense across the constituent boundaries. Therefore, the second language learner are hypothesized to become able to produce the questions such as, why did she eat that? And once the second language learners have developed all the previous processing resources, they are able to get to the sixth stage and activate the subordinate procedure. And the activation of this procedure require the exchange of information between the main clause and the subordinate clause. So they are assumed to be able to produce the indirect questions such as, I wonder where he is. When it comes to the morphological stages, so PT predicts the 5 stages in ASL morphological development. At the first stage, the second language lexical item are stored without any grammatical information. So no processing procedure is involved here. And then at the second stage, the category procedure, the second language learner are able to identify the categories of lexical items, such as like nouns and verb, but they are unable to exchange the grammatical information between each lexical item in the phrase or the sentence structure. For example, if you could see here the generic S, describe the lexical nominal plural marking S on nouns, and this S ending marker is associated with the generic countable noun, for example, like apples are good. At the third stage, once the noun phrasal procedure has been developed for the second language learner, the diacritic features can be stored, exchanged, and unified between the head of the noun, for example, here 2 dogs, and its modifier. So dog is the head of the noun, and its modifier, the phrasal plural marking S, at the numeral quantifier 2, so 2 dogs. At the fourth stage is the verb phrasal procedure stage, which requires the interphrasal agreement, so the exchanging the grammatical information within the verb phrase. So the learner, the second language learners need to learn to choose the auxiliary according to the timbre, the aspect, and then unify the features with the corresponding ones in the lexical verbs. For example, like verb in, he is running, verb ed, like he has watched the movie. And the next stage is the sentence procedure, requires the interphrasal agreement across different phrases, for example, the subject and the lexical verb within a sentence, like the third person singular S marking in the simple present context with third person singular and singular verb. So it seems like the processing hierarchy of the second language English grammar proposed in the PT provides an understanding of how an English learner develops second language grammar from the basic level to the higher levels. And this understanding enables us to focus on the learner's level of ability and also to optimize the English teaching, including the textbooks. So therefore, the aims of the present study are to investigate how morphosyntactic structures in 2 English textbooks and 1 English textbook series commonly used in Swedish school in the first term for newly arrived students at the beginning of English, and whether to see if they are sequenced according to the development stages suggested by the PT. And now it's come to the method sessions. So these are the material, teaching material, the textbooks. The first one is named Connect, and it's a beginner's material for all the learners with little or no prior knowledge that show the way to communicative competence. And there are 17 chapters. It's quite a thick book anyway. And another book is which also a teaching material for basic adult education in English. And in this textbook, the student have the chance to get to know more different country situation in the communicative context, and the grammar is explained in each chapter in the text. The last one is the series Ready, Steady, Go. 1, 2, 3 is a learning tool in English, adapted for newly arrived students or students who need extra support. And the contents is beginner level, but teen oriented. So inspired by previous studies, this look more into the document analysis, where I documented and identified the focal grammatical structure introduced at the teaching objectives in each chapter. I'm not going to count or use the frequency in terms of different grammatical structure here, but focus more on the focal grammatical structure introduced at the teaching objectives in each chapter in the textbook. And then group and analyze the focal grammatical structure according to the morphological and syntactic categories outlined in the processability hierarchy for second language English as scheduled in the PT in the table 1 and 2 that I have presented above. So some preliminary findings. So rewriting to the syntax, all 3 books show the high consistency with the learning sequence as stimulated in the PT. For instance, let's see here, the first book, if a second language learner can apply the category procedure, so this one, as T2, which were presented in the first chapter, he or she will be able to produce the word order, like canonical word order. I am from Sweden. And the instruction of the sentence procedure, the sentence procedure, like do with the verb at the second position, like what do you use the internet for? It considered learnable in this textbook, since the students are required to acquire the sentence procedural skill after they have developed the verb phrase procedural skill. For example, like as stage 4 for Copula yet no inversion, which were introduced in the earlier chapters in the book. However, there's one exception. You could see here, the do funding as stage 3, and also same for of course book for do funding, and also for the last book F for funding as stage 3, which are taught before stage 4 Copula inversion. And it seems like the verb phrase procedural skill in this textbook, or develop prior to the noun phrase procedural skill, which is against the PT-based learning sequence. So the same here, if you could see the green one, for some exception. When it comes to morphological aspect, the ordering of the morphological features in the 2 books, the first 2 books, Connect and of course, show a partial agreement with the PT prediction. Here is the first one that you could see. Just one thing, the last series in the teaching materials Ready, Steady, Go is still in the progress. So for the first textbook Connect, the ordering of the morphological feature in the Connect and also of course show a partial agreement with the PT predictions. The morphological item taught at the teaching objectives are introduced in an order in this textbook, which is processable and learnable for the student. For example, like third person singular S is instructed at the teaching objective in chapter 7 after the verb phrase morphemes. However, there is one exception that the category procedure past tense, for example, past ED as stage 2, appears after the center procedure third person singular S. And this does not agree with the PT's hypothesis that the learner can acquire the sentence procedural skill only when they have developed all the previous categories, noun phrase, and verb phrase procedural skills. Also the same here, because the category procedure, for example, past ED here, is a necessary prerequisite for the noun phrase procedure and also verb phrase and sentence procedure. For example, like third person singular S.
So sorry, Ms. B, please conclude your presentation.
Sorry?
You have passed the time limit. Can you conclude the presentation?
Yes, I am going to go. I will be quicker. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. And the generic S, when it comes to the morphological features in these two textbooks, one thing is that the generic S is not introduced, but the focus mostly on the plural S noun phrase agreement instead. So my discussion is that so rewriting the syntax, all three books show the high consistent with the learning sequence as stimulated in PT in the morphological features. And this actually in line with previous study, for example, like Lansing and Tang, because Tang in 2016, she found that the textbook in focus were partially compatible with the learning outcomes. And Lansing found that the design of the textbook in her study does not reflect the developmental sequence. And perhaps at the beginner levels, a textbook had been organized mostly based on the topic, the theme-based guideline, rather than focusing on the learnability of grammatical structure, might be. And the authors might not have considered the processing complexity of Copula inversion instead of dual fronting, and might be the authors consider plural as the noun phrase agreement easier to be taught when there is the numerical quantifier like 2 apples instead of apples, and maybe it's more difficult with the past ED for Swedish learner. So maybe, so there's some discussion, and this is still in progress. So some references, and thank you very much for your attentions.
Thank you, Dr. V. Next, I'll open the floor for question and answer, but do remind that we will have very, very limited time. So please, yes.
Yes.
Ask your question by raising your hand or maybe type it in the chat box. Yes, Arisha.
Hi, now everyone knows how to pronounce my name.
Good, great.
Interesting presentation. I think it's a great thing that we look at textbooks as well, because we theorize a lot about the acquisition process, but a lot happens in the classroom and is influenced also by the materials that learners are presented. I was intrigued by your discussion. because there's quite some research on collocations, especially in English and German, etc. And a lot of TESOL teachers use collocations as a way to teach certain morphosyntactic collocations. So I was wondering if you thought about that in your research.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting questions. Actually, like this is the work in progress, and I still need to go back to look at the data and analyze and consider more. And one of the things that and one of the things, no, not one of the things, several different things that I am now still considering is about the chunks, you know, the words that they just produce in order for the learner to repeat, and also some kind of phrasal verb and collocation where they just, you know, just help the learner to learn and memorize those words at the beginning. And I am not going to take that. I take that as the first stage instead of the previous stage, because this just like common collocation and common expression, like formulaic expression, for example. Yeah, and then still, okay, but thank you for the input. Maybe I have not answered your question, but I just want to give the confirmation that.
Yeah, but it's also okay if you don't have the answer. It's then better to, to say that, that you're still researching this. So I appreciate this.
Yeah, exactly. There's still other things to keep in mind, and this term is one of the key things that we analyze as well when it comes to processing procedure.
Okay, I'm really sorry, Dr. Marco, but
if you have time,
yes, maybe you can email her the question because we have to chase the bus. So I'm sorry for the unanswered question. Maybe you can email it to Dr. V. We will have to continue. Thank you, Dr. V, for the presentation, and I'm sorry for all the questions that is unanswered. We will go to the next presentation, which will be presented by Dr. Jacopo Saturno from Università di Bergamo, Italy. It's the paper entitled L2 Acquisition of Related Languages and Positive Transfer. Do note that this presentation will be a recorded presentation.
Hello, if you want, I'm here. I can present my talk personally. Maybe that would be more entertaining, as you prefer.
Yeah, if you're okay with that. So, of course.
Right. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize sincerely for not having been able to attend the rest of the conference. Unfortunately, this is a horribly hectic time for me, so I really couldn't find a spot to do that. Nevertheless, I'm glad I can present my work at yet another edition of this conference. Let me just share my screen and check that everything works. Can you see the presentation? Yes? All right, I take that as a yes. So I'm going to discuss the issue of transfer, especially positive transfer, in the context of language contact between very close varieties within the Slavic language family. I'll start with a little background. Unfortunately, we are all very familiar with this map of Eastern Europe nowadays. The language contact I would like to discuss is between Polish, which is a West Slavic language, and Russian and Ukrainian, which are East Slavic languages. They belong to different groups of the Slavic language family, but they are very close to each other in terms of grammar and the lexicon. And this similarity has been one of the main engines, one of the main motors of the recent East Slavic immigration to Poland. Poland is a EU country, of course, whereas neither Ukraine or Belarus or Russia are. And that means that for Eastern Europeans, for East Slavs, Poland is one of the privileged access points to Europe. Moreover, the linguistic proximity between languages also favors this this process of integration. And of course, the recent war has escalated the dimension of the immigration process, which was already very notable before it. Right. Is there a message here? Right. So that's a summary of what I've been saying. Immigration has been initially fostered by Poland's economic growth, which took place ever since the accession of the country to the European Union in 2004. But linguistic and cultural proximity also aid the process. And the linguistic similarity between Polish and East Slavic languages is such that intercomprehension is possible. By intercomprehension, we mean the ability to understand a language which was never studied explicitly, but is close to a known language, which we call the bridge language. So East Slavs can perform intercomprehension with Polish, not because they studied Polish, but because Polish is so similar to their own native language. Intercomprehension is based on massive positive transfer from the bridge language, and potential drawbacks of this context situation are, of course, negative transfer, that is interference errors, and fossilization. Why should you bother to improve your language skills if intercomprehension is sufficient to achieve your communicative objectives? Right, from a language teaching point of view, intercomprehension is sometimes seen as potentially useful to accelerate acquisition, thanks to the fact that numerous structures and a substantial part of vocabulary are shared by the target language and the bridge language. Here's an example of what I mean when I say that Polish and East Slavic languages are very close. Words in black are immediately recognizable because they have a direct cognate in East Slavic languages, whereas red words can be understood with a little effort, not by using the words containing these very short extracts from Russian and Ukrainian, but by making reference to the lexicon of these languages more generally. In any case, the Polish text here is completely understandable by speakers of Russian and Ukrainian. Right, theoretical foundations of my research. Here is a frame from very well-known film by Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times. I ask you to take a look at this frame because it is what the learner of German as a second language describes in this extract. Holzseherschiff. This is an example of the basic variety. That is that learner variety which develops according to the learner variety approach, the theoretical framework, in the very earliest stages of language acquisition. Its most notable characteristic is that it has no inflection or morphology. So words tend to occur in the same word form. If word form change, they do not have different meanings. It's just random variation most of the times. Despite not having inflection or morphology, the basic variety is fairly effective communicatively because meaning is transferred through word order, which is in turn governed by a set of principles of a phrasal, semantic, and pragmatic nature. Semantic principles refer to the controller first idea, whereby the noun or the entity better with the greatest control over the situation tends to occur in first position, which of course reminds us of Van Patten's first noun principle, whereas pragmatic principles refer to the fact that the focus, so here we are on pragmatic grounds, the focus of the utterance occurs last. If we have a look at the initial stages of the acquisition of Polish by speakers of non-related languages like Italian, so here we have Italian learners of Polish as a second language in the very earliest stages of acquisition, the first 14 hours, we see that the utterances we observe are quite similar to the basic variety. So words do occur in a single word form independently of the syntactic function they perform. So here we have an obvious object which is marked as nominative, which means it's not marked at all. And the same concerns the second utterance, with the only difference that here we have two nouns with identical animacy. So Luca and Anna are both human beings, so both have the same probability of being the agent of the sentence, whereas T is obviously the object of this first sentence. So in the second case, the only cue we have to the correct syntactic interpretation of this utterance is word order, whereas in the first case, we also have animacy contrasts. Right, Slavic languages have been investigated from the viewpoint of processability theory. This is a well-known scheme by Artoni and Magnani, 2015, who predicted first and then empirically validated this acquisition sequence, in which we can see that first, as predicted by other theoretical frameworks, inflectional morphology is not present in the very initial stages of acquisition. Then it slowly develops, but subject to certain constraints. For example, object marking first develops in post-verbal position and not pre-verbally. Actually, the pre-verbal marking of the object is the last and the most advanced structure in the acquisition path, which, I repeat, has been empirically validated. That's how the first morphological oppositions appear in the acquisition of Slavic languages. We have these markings which do not correspond to actual word forms, so target word forms, but they are communicatively effective because they are different from the default nominative case. Okay, so we simply call them known nominative, even though this is not the dative case that we would probably resample. Now, processability theory does include a hypothesis on transfer, which is called the developmentally moderate transfer hypothesis, which says that even though two languages have very similar structures, these structures can be transferred from the source language, which is usually the native language, but not necessarily, to the target language, only when the learner is cognitively ready to process that structure in the target language. So cross-linguistic similarity does not influence the order of acquisition of individual structures. At most, it can influence the speed of the acquisition process. This hypothesis has been also validated empirically with a study on Germanic languages, in which it was demonstrated that despite the fact that that the Germanic languages considered, that is Swedish and German, share a morphosyntactic rule, which is the V2 rule, whereby the finite verb in declarative unmarked sentences occurs in second position. Despite the fact that the rule is shared by both languages, learners of German with Swedish as a first language make errors which are compatible with the predicted acquisition path of German. So cross-linguistic similarity does not impact directly on the acquisition path and the errors that learners make across time. Now, I would like to present some data of my own, which I believe can complexify this picture a little, because they may appear as contradictory to the developmentally moderate transfer hypothesis, although I personally believe that this is not the case. But let's have a look together. Here we have a study in which learners of Russian as a second language approached Polish for the first time. So Polish is the L3 for these learners of Russian as a second language. The first language is Italian, which is not a Slavic language. What do we observe? First, some utterances are target-like, so the accusative case is correctly marked as it should with the A marking, which is the accusative of feminine nouns. We do observe utterances that most closely resemble the basic variety. So here we have an obvious object in a pre-verbal position, which is marked as nominative, which means it is not marked, it is not case marked. So this is all compatible with what we already know. But then we have interesting instances like this. Nidvied lubi rybu. This U is incorrect in Polish as a third language, but it is very close to the expected target of Russian. I mean, if this were a Russian sentence, then this marking would be correct. And this is peculiar because this is not the standard error we would expect. If these were normal learners in a normal learning condition, then we would expect here the nominative case, the basic word form in A, reba. Instead, we have rebu, which is an inflected word form. However, it is not the correct one. Same thing here, turistek lubi nidvied. Here we have the genitive plural for rules internal to the Russian language, which again constitutes an error in Polish, but it is a fairly advanced structure for Russian as a second language, right? It is not common for learners to produce that kind of structures in the very initial stages of acquisition. So these results are partly surprising, and they would suggest that indeed knowledge of Russian has an impact, a positive impact on the development of Polish as a third language. From a quantitative point of view, the effect of this positive transfer is remarkable. These red bars here are the proportion of utterances which would be considered correct if we accepted the Russian morpheme as correct. Why should we do so? Because, again, that Russian morpheme contrasts with the basic word form. So it does witness to a much more advanced developmental stage, even though it is not quite the correct morpheme. Okay, so if we take into account that kind of errors, then we have an accuracy rate of 100% in most cases. So again, it seems that knowledge of Russian is very helpful for our learners of Polish, contrary to the developmentally modulated transfer hypothesis. Here we have other examples in which I show that, again, knowledge of Russian seems to transfer very directly into Polish even after only 4 hours of exposure to the target language, because these forms in red, I'm not going to discuss them in detail, but it will be sufficient to say that they very closely resemble the Russian forms that you would expect in that context. Same thing here, we have instances of transfer which are compatible with what I've been saying before. And this is a fragment from a transcription of spontaneous speech of a East Slavic learner of Polish as a second language, recorded after 4 months of exposure at home. So this is learning in Ukraine, not in Polish. So exposure to the input is fairly limited. And yet, this text is communicatively very efficient. It is very unlikely that a learner of Polish with a different source language, like say an Italian learner of Polish, will produce such a text after 4 months of exposure, because this text contains fairly advanced structures. However, it also contains instances of transfer from the source language, which again impact on morphosyntax. These morphemes in red are inflectional morphemes. So you wouldn't expect them here after 4 months of exposure, right? And yet they're there. They're not completely right, but they're almost right. That's the correct case only from the wrong language, which is, however, very close to the target language. Again, from a quantitative point of view, I ran several studies, to which I can give you the references later on, which show a very clear effect of knowledge of East Slavic languages on accuracy rates in Polish morphosyntax. Another proof of this advantage, East Slavic learners of Polish tend to proceed very quickly through the acquisition path. After only a few months of exposure, they usually attain very high proficiency levels, B1 level after less than 6 months, whereas non-Slavic learners of Polish, after 6 months, but also after 1 year or 5 years, are still stuck at the A1 proficiency level. So East Slavic learners of Polish are much quicker than non-East Slavic learners. However, if we look at the actual developmental path of Polish morphosyntax by East Slavic and non-East Slavic languages, we see no remarkable differences. As predicted by processability theory, the acquisition path is more or less the same. We do observe minor differences, but nothing too problematic. So what's the problem here? The problem is that even though the acquisition path does not seem to change, yes, I'm going to conclude in a very short time.
All right, thank you.
Even though the acquisition path does not seem to be influenced by cross-linguistic influence, East Slavic speakers do seem a lot better at Polish morphosyntax from several points of view, especially with regard to inflectional morphology. So there does seem to be a positive effect of transfer from the L2 or the L1 to the L3, contrary to the developmentally modulated transfer hypothesis. So is this a problem for processability theory? Apparently yes, but I believe that it is not, because we need to take into account the very peculiar relation between Polish on the one hand and East Slavic languages on the other hand. Very shortly, I propose that we should consider them as part of a dire system comprising Ausbau, but not necessarily Abstand languages. These languages are different from a political and social point of view, but from a strictly linguistic point of view, they're more similar to what we might consider dialects, right? So they're part of a dire system, the, say, Slavic continuum, which comprises Polish on the one hand, East Slavic on the other hand, but they're not necessarily separate systems, right? That's my proposal. And that is compatible with the instances of multilingual communication, which have been widely documented, and the spontaneous awareness of systematic correspondences, which is surprising. I mean, lay people being aware of systematic phonological correspondences between related languages, that's not something you commonly come across. Right. The implications for PT are, so to state, the same procedures apply to the L1 and the L2, so they can not really transfer, they just apply to a very close variety of a language you already know. So you don't need to actually learn the same procedures, you already know them, right? You can just apply them to different lexical material. Negative transfer may result from failure to notice the differences because the languages are so similar, which is not my proposal, it's been suggested by others before me. Conclusions. We need more data to, of course, confirm this hypothesis, which is a little daring, I understand, especially for Slavs, but I think it is tenable. So I will be happy to pursue this line of research further, possibly with other language families, like the Romance language family, which is equally apt to pursue this research question. In any case, processability theory confirms itself a very useful perspective on second language acquisition, even in this very peculiar context of very close language context. Thank you very much, and sorry if I was little late.
All right, thank you. That's a very, very great explanation and presentation. Now I open the floor for a question and answer session. We'll be having around 4 minutes of Q&A session before we move on to our next session. So if you have any question, please raise your hand or type your question in the chat box. Yes, Dr. Gisela.
Thank you very much. This could be discussed at length, but we have a very short time. I completely agree with your conclusions, and I think it is the abstand that is important. So yeah. Swedish and German are not mutually comprehensible. We have to study those languages. But if we take the Scandinavian context, the Scandinavian languages are mutually comprehensible. And I remember the Norwegian linguist Einar Haugen, he said that Danish was a 2-week language. It takes 2 weeks for a Norwegian to learn Danish. It takes 3 weeks for a Norwegian to learn Swedish. So I guess, I agree, and I think we should pursue this line of research and look at that languages that are very close. But to study Swedish acquisition of Danish or Norwegian is not really interesting because it takes only 2 weeks, according to Haugen. But thank you very much for your very interesting study.
Thank you. I was thinking of you when I was discussing the idea of dia system. Of course, dia systems have been first proposed for Scandinavian languages, so that's an obvious extension of the framework. Thank you.
But we could talk about the continuum, maybe.
With pleasure.
Yeah.
Is it my turn? Thank you very much. This is really interesting stuff. Gisela and I and some others have been thinking about whether what you found could be substantiated. So you have substantiated it. So there is indeed some, if you like, is a different situation if the languages are very closely related. And I think it would be interesting perhaps to translate this into a psycholinguistic format to see, because the whole notions behind PT are based on processability, obviously. And so the question I think that arises here is, for languages that are very closely related, if there is a processability barrier in the first place. And I think I could imagine that experimentally this could be worked hard, but I'll be very brief here. So thank you very much. Very interesting.
Thank you. That's a very stimulating perspective. I hope we can discuss it later on and apply to the Slavic language family. Yes, which is an ideal testing ground for these hypotheses indeed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for all the remarks, and thanks Dr. Jacopo Saturno from Università di Bergamo, Italy, for your presentation. Now we'll move on to our last session, which will be the conclusion and closing of the conference. For that, I will be passing the chair to Dr. Bruno.
Mute. Yes, I'm saying I'm very conscious of the time issue because our technicians need to leave very soon. So, but anyhow, so I'll pass it without further ado to Manfred for his concluding remarks.
Right. So I think I have to speed up here so we can leave the premises. This was a very inspiring conference, and it's gratifying to see such a diversity of theoretical and applied research based on PT, including bilingual first acquisition, argument mapping, insights into case marking, speaking, writing, stabilization, developmentally moderated focus on form, the effect of elicited imitation prosody, the Copula textbooks, study abroad programs, and positive transfer, and new insights there. I wanted to list this because putting this all in one spot illustrates how much has been discussed at this conference. And I think it's also gratifying to see beginning as well as established researchers in cooperation in a friendly, constructive environment. And I think this is important for the further development of this line of research, not because we're so attached to an old piece of furniture that is now 24 years old, but because constructive continuity is important for the integrity of scientific development. This was the 21st PALA conference spanning 22 years, and PT spans about 24 years, and that is about half the history of second language acquisition research. And during this time, PT has extended step by step, covering initially developmental problems and later the logical problem. And the initial conceptual basis was unification, and this was extended to include argument mapping or work with Satomi Kawaguchi and Bruno Di Biase in order to cover more ground in terms of linguistic typology. And Anke Lensing later extended the scope of PT in several ways, including the relationship between production and comprehension. And recently, she and Howard and I have studied the inclusion of dynamical system processes in the overall framework. That's just to name a few extensions. But the basic point is that PT has been following a strategy of theory construction from a well-defined theoretical base that can be tested empirically and has gradually extended that base to cover more ground. And what we saw at the conference is that more ground has been covered, like the last presentation, for instance. We can see aspects that can be covered next and how this research can be used to benefit language education. So there's just one thing that I'd like to say, because at the end of the, when you look at the internet site, it says, it reminds people that there's a publication series, the PALAT series, and if this is still valid, then I think the conference organizers are happy to accept your presentations to be included in a special volume of PALAT. So you should contact, perhaps the conference organizers will contact you all about this. And I would like to thank very much. Normally, if we were all present in person, there would be a huge bunch of flowers to every one of you. Depending on the culture, and if you can make physical contact, there would be hugs and kisses. Otherwise, it would be whatever is appropriate in your cultural environment. And I'm also saying this because terms of address, I noticed as this conference seemed to vary. In the Australian Anglo-Saxon context, it's first names, but I'd just like to say my thanks to Dr. Rabaya Saleh, Professor Bruno Di Biase, Dr. Siti Hashim, Professor Satomi Kawaguchi, Professor Saraya Pilus, excuse my pronunciation, it's really bad, and Professor Maksana Lotfi, and Dr. Manima Kadir. Again, my apologies for my bad pronunciation. I just want to mention a few of the names that were behind this wonderful, wonderful conference. And I think I have to rush because you will be rushed out of the venue. It was wonderful to be with you. You have seen my study. You've seen my grand arts radio at the back there. And it's great to be with you all in this wonderful and friendly environment. And I hope to see you next time. And we will soon be in touch about details of the next meeting. So thank you. And just maybe the conference organizers, just imagine each of you gets a big bunch of flowers and a lot of applause from all of us.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Manfred. Very good. Okay, we'll see you next year all together. And more of us. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Safe trip back home.
Thank you, Professor Manfred and Dr. Bruno. That marks the end of the conference. Also, the highest appreciation to all the keynote speakers and also the presenters, participants, and committees. It was very beneficial for me, even though I was very, very new to the field. I couldn't quite comprehend many of the things presented, but it was very, very helpful. And the presentation seems very interesting. I couldn't wait for the next conferences with all of you. Before we adjourn the session, can we have an online photography session? So to those available, please turn on your cameras. We'll take real quick. So please turn on your camera.
Put on your cameras, everybody.
All right. All right. Please, anyone available, turn on your camera. I'll be waiting a bit. All right.
Here we
And 1, 2, 3. All right. Wait. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Again, on behalf of the Committee of 21st International Symposium Processability Approaches to Language Acquisition, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings throughout the program. Again, thank you very, very much for this very, very great conference. See you when I see you again. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming to our campus. Dr. Bruno, Dr. Satomi Marco, Howard, and who else? Thank you again for coming. Come back anytime.
Okay, good. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Okay.
Hope to see you guys next time in reality. Yes.
Yes.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you, Amza. Thank you, Fatin.
Thank you Kak Ainul. Sorry, I
Nenek.
macam-macam. I tengah menyusukan budak macam alamak macam nak buka. Tak payahlah.
Kamu I nak suruh you buka kamera.
Apa dia? Apa dia?
Tak tergamak I nak suruh you buka kamera.
Tak boleh. I nak menyusu budak je macam tak payah. Okay lah. Assalamualaikum.
Apalah, I think they are okay down there. Alright, Assalamualaikum. Bye.